What is up, my good people of the internet? Dan Tortora hanging out here with you where sports truly meets that thing called life. Hope you're having yourselves a wonderful morning this morning. I'm happy to be here with you inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Appreciate your patience here this morning. Murph was getting something set up on his end so that he could be with us on video. And then him and I got going about the conversation we're going to have on the show anyways, because that's what we do. We start talking about it before we talk about it. So happy to be here with you. Hope you're having a great day. Happy Thanksgiving once again to all of you out there. Happy Cyber Monday. If on Saturday you did not become a part of Small Business Saturday in connection with Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora or with Dan Tortora Broadcast Media, you can still do that. And I'm going to share the feed. You can go to our merchandise site and you can support our small business here. By the way, I'm breaking a rule here. There's something I don't do on the show, which is eat. But you see this right here? You see this in front of your face? That's a piece of rigot pie that we have here for you right now, folks. That's rigot pie, not ricotta. It's rigot pie. I make it in honor of my grandmother, my dad's mom. So, manja. I'm having some of that on the show here today. The reason why I'm doing that is because I love my grandmother and because I wanted to celebrate a little turkey day with you still, right? Want to let it last as long as I possibly can. So, happy to be here with you. Happy to be hanging out inside of the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. You can go there Monday through Saturday for sales and service. And, of course, you can definitely go to GreatLakesHondaCity.com anytime you want to check out what they have available to you. And, of course, their end of the year deals are there on GreatLakesHondaCity.com. YouTube.com and Facebook.com, both /WakeUpCallDT is where you're with us up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe. And, of course, you're also with us on internet streaming radio with over 1,900 episodes. We're getting closer and closer to 2,000 on Podbean alone on wakeupcalldt.podbean.com. So come hang out with us there. Make sure to download, save, and show your support for Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. Wherever you are, thank you for being with us. You know that Mondays are for Murph and I, and we are here this Monday knowing that the regular season, believe it or not, for college football, the 2025-2026 campaign, the regular season has ended. That end of the regular season puts us in a situation in the FBS where we are going to be looking at championship games. Some people say, do they even matter anymore? Because Miami might be the only ACC school to get in, and they're not playing in the ACC championship. So the SEC, the ACC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, Pac-12, American, Sun Belt, Conference USA, the MAC, all getting into their, well, the Pac-12 doesn't have a championship game. I think Washington State and Oregon State have played each other enough this season, but everybody else has their conference championships, and doesn't look like it's going to mean anything for the Mountain West as far as the college football playoff or for Conference USA. For some odd reason, the Sun Belt is ranked above every American team. So if the Sun Belt were to win, here's a crazy scenario. If James Madison wins the Sun Belt and Tulane or North Texas, whoever wins the American, so the American really doesn't matter who wins. I guess it helps if it's North Texas because they only have one loss, but whoever wins the American plus the Sun Belt, if you look at that, they're both ranked higher than Duke. Duke's not in the top 25. So we could see a year where the Sun Belt and the American both get their champions into the college football playoff over Duke, or the committee just throws in another SEC school. So we'll talk about all of that here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports meets life. It's DT and Murph. Murph is on the road. Don't worry, folks. He's driving safely. We had a conversation about this. He has a mounted camera in the car, so he's not touching it. He's driving. He's paying attention to the road. But it's important for us to have this conversation with both of us on picture, so that when we smile, we laugh, we flip out, you can see it in real time as it happens. So, Murph, happy Thanksgiving once again. How are you?
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, and to all of you out there. Live from the Garden State Parkway, as we've done a few times before on the show, driving home from Jersey. But yeah, I had a nice Thanksgiving. My brother bought a case of an 8-pack of Guinness, so we put down a few pints of Guinness on Thanksgiving, which was pretty nice. But we had a good time. Had a really good time at the Cherry Hill card show last weekend, or over the last 2 days. Picked up a ton of new stuff that I'm gonna have at shows next weekend, and then at the Philly show. But it's been a good week. I have not been home since last Tuesday, so it'll be nice. Like, I love being at the house down there, but it'll be nice to go back home and sleep in my own bed for a change.
Yeah, no, I totally get it, and I understand. I'm happy that you all had a good Thanksgiving. Happy you got to be with your family, hang out, have some fun, get some new cards, do that. I have 3 boxes that I need to open, and some people would call it willpower, and they've told me that they could not do this. They said, Josh has talked to me about it. He's like, how long you had this box in your house? I'm like, I don't know, like a month, 3 weeks. He's like, there's no way in heck that I could walk by a box of cards and not open them. But I mean, I got 3 boxes in the house. It's funny. I got 1 basketball, 1 baseball, 1 football. And so I'll be opening those before I leave because I will be traveling as well. I have the wonderful, beautiful opportunity of going back to the second hub of Dan Tortora Broadcast Media and my second home of Florida, with my dad and I taking our yearly trip to Orlando and the Florida area. So excited to go down there. Excited to get back to Universal Studios, and appreciate the fact that Universal hasn't done that thing that rhymes with joke. So happy to have that. So a lot of good things coming up here. Murph and I got a lot to talk about. So college football regular season finale, Murph. How amazing, with all these SEC schools that have been vying for people's attention this season, with Ole Miss rising up the ranks, with Texas A&M being undefeated all the way until their final game. We've been looking at the SEC, and we've been having the conversation of who's going to play in the title game. And then, ironically, as it all ends, it's Alabama and Georgia, the usual suspects, because Texas A&M falls to Texas. Now, Ole Miss beats Mississippi State, but if Alabama won, they had already controlled their destiny. So bring me into the SEC and your thoughts on how things shaped out, with Ole Miss winning the Egg Bowl, Texas A&M taking their first loss of the season, which I'm not surprised because this Texas team's a lot better than people give them credit for. By the way, they were ranked below Michigan, who doesn't have a single top 25 win, let alone a top 10 win, which Texas technically has 3. But if you look at where teams stand right now, you can call them top 12 wins or top 15, because I always talk about how did a team finish. Well, Texas's victories still hold a ton of weight that they have. They now have 4. I think they had 3. Well, they have Texas A&M, they have Vanderbilt, and then they also beat Oklahoma. So I'd love to get your thoughts on how the SEC finished and how wild it is to see Alabama and Georgia after we've spent all this time talking about Oklahoma, Texas, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M.
Not surprising one bit. You had to know it was probably going to end up being Alabama, Georgia. It's been Alabama, Georgia for I can't even tell you how many years. And it's back to the usual suspects. It's I'm not at all surprised Texas A&M lost. I don't think they are a very good football team. So they will still make the playoff. I think they'll probably get bounced pretty early. But all in all, you see Alabama taking care of business. You see Georgia taking care of business over Georgia Tech. You had to know that wasn't going to be much of a game. I think it as good as Georgia is, I think it exposed Georgia Tech a lot. Florida beat Florida State handily. Shout out Jaden Baugh with 260-something rushing yards, second most in a game in Gator history. So by that logic, folks, We beat the team that beat the team that's probably going to win the SEC. So, we're the SEC champions,
Yeah.
But, Florida, hey, remember, Florida State beat Alabama. We beat Florida State. Therefore, we are better than Alabama.
The A equals B, B equals C is so A equals C rule, yeah.
Yep. But yeah, it's I'm not at all surprised with how things went. Oklahoma to me was never going to be a team that could have competed for the SEC championship. It doesn't matter to me how good they are, and it honestly doesn't even matter to me that they beat Alabama. They were never going to really have a chance to compete for the SEC championship, and now we get the usual suspects that are competing for the SEC. So, safe to say, I am not at all surprised, and I do expect history to repeat itself with another Alabama victory, which would potentially knock Georgia out of the playoff.
I don't think so, but
that's why I said potentially.
They only have one loss, and it's to Alabama. So
again, that's why I said potentially.
Yeah, no. There's no way that Georgia's getting knocked out of this thing. If Georgia loses, they'll still, they got an argument over Texas. And, they look stronger than Texas A&M. So, I would say right now.
I'm just rooting for chaos.
Yeah.
Well, I want the chaos scenario.
Well, and when we talked last week and I gave you a bunch of instances, some of that chaos scenario that I gave you happened. So
happened. Yeah.
We are in the chaos scenario for college football. And sticking with the SEC, feet to the fire, Murph. We got Georgia, we got Ole Miss. So if we sheerly look at records and we look at what's going on right now and how these teams have done. So if I go to the SEC and we talk about Alabama, Georgia playing in the SEC title game, and then we also discuss Ole Miss that's right behind them, Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, and Vanderbilt. The way the standings are right now is that Alabama's 1, Georgia's 2, Ole Miss is 3, Texas A&M is 4, Texas is 5, Oklahoma is 6, Vanderbilt is 7. These teams have records in order, starting with Clemson, of 10-2, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 9-3 for the Longhorns, the best 3-loss team in the nation by far, 10-2 and 10-2. So my question to you is,
huge credit to Clemson for finally getting to the SEC.
What'd you say?
I said huge credit to Clemson for finally getting into the SEC.
Clemson for getting into the SEC?
You said Clemson and not Alabama.
Oh, I didn't say Alabama? Oh, I know what I was saying.
No, you said Clemson. I was just busting your chops.
Yeah. I'm foreshadowing. So, Alabama 10-2.
We're going there next.
Yeah. Alabama 10-2, Georgia 11-1, Ole Miss 11-1, Texas A&M 11-1, Texas Longhorns 9-3, Oklahoma Sooners 10-2, Vanderbilt Commodores 10-2. Murph, those are 7 teams. They're all ranked in the nation's top 16. I don't know how the hell Texas is not in the top 15, but in my rankings, we're talking about 7 top 15 schools. So you got almost half of the top 15 is the SEC. No matter who wins between now. Okay, so here's 2 questions. Of the 7 schools that I mentioned that are all ranked in the top 16, who makes it? Who doesn't make it? I'm going to put up a board and we can take a look at this. And then secondly, Georgia loses, they have 2 losses. Alabama loses, they have 3. Does Alabama spend 2 years now outside of the 12-team playoff if they have a 3rd loss? Your thoughts?
I'm trying to come up with my number for how many teams get in. The reason being, the College Football Playoff Committee set a precedent 2 years ago when they left out a 13-0 Florida State team simply because the team lost their quarterback.
Yeah.
Ole Miss just lost their head coach. and he's not going to be coaching in the playoff.
Right.
Do they leave them out? I don't think so, but they set themselves a precedent. That would be interesting to see what happens there. I know Florida State fans would be in revulsion if that happens.
Right. Florida State fans are they're mad at me about saying Mike Norvell was a good coach 2 years ago.
He was a good coach 2 years ago. That's the thing. Just because he's not a good head coach now doesn't mean he wasn't 2 years ago.
Right. I don't know how people are even finding these posts. It's like you're mad at your coach, you lost to Florida, so then you scour the internet to attack everybody else that's not the coach. I mean, not that I'm saying they should attack the coach at all. Saying that at all.
Let's go back on that. You got your butts kicked by Florida.
They're angry.
You got your absolute butts kicked by Florida.
They're very angry.
Yeah.
But
as far as the SEC, I mean, I don't think Georgia's going to win. I think Alabama's going to win again. So, I think it's going to be Alabama. Georgia's probably not going to get left out. I kind of wanted to start a little something when I said that before. I knew there was no way they would get left out. Texas A&M, I don't think they are going to be one of the 12 best teams in college football. However, it would be a crime if they are not let in. So that's 3. I don't know what's going to happen with Ole Miss. Maybe they put them in. Maybe they keep them out. Who knows? I know at least another team that potentially could make the playoff, whose head coach is leaving, will not be leaving until the season is over. So I don't think that affects Tulane at all. I don't think that would affect North Texas coach is leaving, right?
North Texas, yeah. He's not.
I don't think that would affect them at all.
He's not leaving until everything's done, though. He's doing the same thing as Summerall. He's staying all the way through. He's staying for the American Championship, and if and when they make the college football playoff, he's staying for that. So he's seeing it through. The only scenario where that's not happening is the Lane Kiffin scenario, which, begs the question of, did Lane say, I'm leaving? Did Ole Miss say you're leaving? But either way, Lane is not with the team anymore.
It sounds like Ole Miss said he was, didn't want him to do anything. So, to me, based on that precedent they set, because head coach is pretty darn important. As important as quarterback is, I think you can make the argument that head coach is almost more important than the quarterback. So I think based on that precedent you set 2 years ago, you're potentially going to leave Ole Miss out. So in that scenario, they leave them out. Does that open the door for Texas? They beat Oklahoma. Yes, they have 3 losses. I would put Oklahoma in. Does that leave room for Texas over Vanderbilt? Maybe.
Yeah.
I think they're one of the 12 best teams in the country first. That loss to Florida definitely does not look good. But their only other losses are to Ohio State, who is the number 1 team in the country, and to Oklahoma, who would be in the playoff. I'm sorry, no, they beat Oklahoma. Who's their third loss?
For who?
Texas. Who's their third loss?
Texas lost. So they lost to Florida, they lost to Georgia, and then Texas is only.
Georgia. Okay.
Yeah. They lost to Florida, they lost to Georgia, and Texas lost to Ohio State in the beginning of the season. Which, according to Notre Dame fans, the beginning of the season doesn't matter.
Well, by that logic. But yeah. For me, I do personally think Texas is one of the 12 best teams in college football.
Yeah.
I think they could easily get left out because of the 3 losses. It's going to be tough. It's also going to depend on what happens in the ACC. If the ACC if Duke wins the ACC championship, there is no way in hell they are getting in the playoff.
Yeah.
That is the chaos scenario where we would see the winner of the American and the winner of the The only way they get in it, I think, is if James Madison loses the Sun Belt Championship. Which, number one, I don't think that's going to happen, and number two, I think you could probably still find another conference champion that would be better than Duke.
But they look at this and they say it's the top the 5 automatic bids go to the 5 highest ranked conference champions. So if it were to happen today by the college football playoffs rules, if Ohio State or Indiana wins, okay, that Big Ten champion is in. Then if Georgia or Alabama wins, that SEC champion is win. They get in. The Big 12 has Texas Tech and BYU in the top 11, so they're getting in. So there you go. So you got those 3. Then you go down the line. Miami is the highest ranked ACC school. They're at 12. They're not playing in the championship. Virginia's at 16. If they lose to Duke, Duke is not ranked. James Madison and North Texas and Tulane, that's how the rankings go. I don't know how in the hell James, with no offense at all, I promise you, no offense at all to James Madison, I don't know how they're above North Texas, Tulane, and Navy, because North Texas, Tulane, and Navy beat teams that were ranked, and they've been beating up on each other, and they're all in the rankings, where James Madison hasn't beaten anybody that's been ranked. So, and their only loss is to Louisville, who wasn't a bad team, but ends the season unranked. And we always talk about it's the end of the year, where do you stand? So, if you beat the 15th best team or lost to the 15th best team or whatever it may be, look at where they are now. Well, James Madison didn't get that win, which I think would have helped them, but they're ranked above North Texas and Tulane. If the college football playoff this Tuesday, whoever they rank higher, and if they put Duke in this thing or if they don't, if they try to shimmy some things around here to
they have 5 losses. There's no way.
But well, they've done crazier things. They got Missouri still in here at 8-4, and they got Tennessee still in here at 8-4, with talking about the AP and the coaches poll respectively. But Missouri's in the AP and Tennessee's in the coaches poll. When you look at how things are, I can't imagine the college football playoff is going to put the American below the Sun Belt. But let's take the argument scenario here, and I'm actually going to go back to I was going to, be talking about the SEC, but I'm going to clean the board here for a second. We'll go back to the SEC. So here's the scenario. So let's go to the Big Ten. So we go to the Big Ten. Okay, and we say in the Big Ten, let's just say Ohio State wins. Either or, they're in the top 2. So whoever wins, they're in. Then let's look at the Big 12. And this is in no specific order, folks. I'm not saying the Big 12 is above the SEC by any stretch of your imagination. Let's say Texas Tech wins that. So they're an automatic bid. Then we go to the SEC. Let's say Bama wins in the SEC. Okay. And so here's your 3. Now in the ACC, let's say that Duke wins the ACC. When we talk about this chaos scenario.
No chance they would make the playoff in that scenario.
So then we go Sun Belt, right? And James Madison is ranked. And then we look at the 2 teams that are ranked in the American.
Let's say Tulane wins, because I'm rooting for Tulane now.
So let's say Tulane wins, but either or, they're both ranked. This is how it all shakes out, folks, okay? And this is what we're going to do when we look at this thing. So I'm going to put this in red now as we look at this scenario. So here we go. The Big 12, Ohio State, that's one of your automatic. We're talking about automatic bids, so I'll put auto on the thing here. We're talking about automatic bids to the college football playoff. There's 5 that get in automatically as the 5 highest ranked conference champions, 7 at large. So the Big 10, Ohio State, the Big 12, Texas Tech. But in all honesty, this could be either school in the Big 10, either school in the Big 12, because they're ranked high enough. You look at the SEC, and same thing. If it's Alabama or it's Georgia, they're ranked high enough, so they're getting in. So that's 3 of the 5 automatic bids. If Duke wins the ACC, they are not ranked. James Madison is ranked in the top 25, and Tulane and North Texas are both ranked in the top 25. So if Duke wins the ACC, your automatic bids will be from the Big 10, the Big 12, the SEC, the Sun Belt, and the American. And this year, we'd have two conferences represented that we typically don't see love for. Your thoughts, Murph?
That's the chaos scenario. I don't think Duke is going to win the ACC. I also do think that had Miami won that tiebreaker and been in the ACC championship, they beat the brakes off of Virginia. I don't think Virginia is a good team at all. If they win, they will be the automatic qualifier because they have 2 losses. Or do they have 3?
2.
I think it's only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they win the ACC, they're in. And then it's going to come down to the winner of the Sun Belt or James Madison or the winner of the American. And if James Madison loses, then it's just going to be whoever wins the American, so getting the auto bid. I do still think those 2 schools would get their butts kicked in the first round. But as you and I have had the conversation before, they will have earned the right to get that butt whooping.
Right.
So, whether they lose by 7 or they lose by 37, they will have earned the right to be there, and, good for them. I really hope Duke wins the ACC because I'd love to see 2. I'm going to call them randoms, even though they're really not randoms. But I'd love to kind of see 2 randoms that we don't see in the playoff ever make it. Because Boise State last year at least was a school that we all knew has been good in the past. Ashton Jeanty was a freaking stud. They absolutely deserve to be there and deserve to get that belt with Penn State. But what you're starting to see now with whatever happens in the ACC is that the American year in and year out will very likely get that 5th spot.
Yeah.
And it's not at all surprising. Unless you have one of those conferences that has a random team stick out, like we're seeing in the Sun Belt with James Madison, even though you and I had that argument with them, they really haven't played anybody. Had they beaten Louisville, that'd be a solid win. They would also be undefeated. So, that being said, then yes, then they would probably be the highest ranked non-Power 4 conference champion at that time. But, we'll see what happens there. Obviously, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I mean,
I almost want to know, you have more insight than me. What the heck are these tiebreaker rules in the ACC that got Duke to the championship game?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you go and you look at the ACC, and I posted the tiebreakers, theirs is actually a lot more succinct than some of the other conferences that I looked at, because one of them, it was pages and pages and pages. This one was here's one page, very clean. Here's where everything stands. This happens, then if not this, then this. If not that, then this. So when you look at Duke, okay, now SMU was, and this is the weird thing, and when people go, this is why some sites that you go to, folks, you have to be careful about what you're looking at here. And I learned this years ago, is that you can be on a certain site and you could be looking up certain things, and you could say to yourself, okay, well, look at what the website says. The website says this team is second, and so they got to be second. Well, the website says that SMU, if you go to ESPN right now, SMU is second in the ACC. And so that confuses people, and it makes people go, well, what the heck's going on? Aren't they supposed to make it? Isn't that the scenario? So when we look at this and we break this down, which is what we're going to do right now, to talk with everybody about how you're looking at a standing that has Duke behind 5 schools but still gets in. The tiebreaker rules, which I can go back to here in a second, but I just want to look at Duke's schedule. Now, Duke lost to Georgia Tech, and Duke lost to Virginia. Now, Virginia got in, but you look at in-conference losses, they're not getting in over Virginia, but they got in over Georgia Tech. And the question becomes, how do they get in over the team that beat them? Which is a fantastic question because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, they have more points for than Georgia Tech does, 290 to 257. But as we look at the tiebreaker rules, and we're going to go into that right now so that we can have this conversation to understand this, because SMU, all they had to do was win and they're in. But let's look at the championship game tiebreakers here. And here's the information from the ACC. So, Duke clinched a spot with a win plus a Pitt loss plus an SMU loss. And that's what they got. Now, they could have gotten in if Pitt lost, SMU lost, and UVA lost, which is Virginia. They could get in with a win and a Pitt loss and a UVA loss and a North Carolina loss, or a win plus a Pitt loss, a UVA loss, and NC State win, and finish higher than Miami in the Sports Source Analytics ranking. So that's where things were. Now, I want to look at the tie-breaking policy, because that's what got them in, but let's look at the tie-breaking policy. So if there's a two-team tie, head-to-head competition between the two tied teams matters. So this is where the head-scratcher comes in, Murph. Georgia Tech beat Duke head-to-head. So this is where I defer to the ACC and I say, how the hell did this happen if this is the scenario? Georgia Tech 6-2, Duke is 6-2, and the first tiebreaker is head-to-head competition between the two teams. Then it's win percentage against common opponents. Then it's win percentage against common opponents based upon order of finish. Overall conference win percentage with ties broken, and proceeding through other common opponents based upon their order of finish. Then it's combined win percentage of conference opponents. Then it's the tied team with the higher ranking by the team rating score metric provided by Sports Source Analytics following the conclusion of regular season games. Then it's the participant shall be chosen by a draw as administered by the commissioner or commissioner's designee. So I'm looking at SMU.
Sounds like a lot of hoopla.
Right. So I'm looking at this right now. So it says that's if two teams are tied. If three or more teams are tied, which this was the case. So you have 6-2 SMU, 6-2 Miami, 6-2 Pitt, 6-2 Georgia Tech, 6-2 Duke. So this is the scenario that I believe that they went through. It wasn't the two teams because you had 6 teams with the same conference record. So it says the 3 or more team tiebreaker procedure will be used to either identify one championship game participant, identify both championship game participants, or eliminate teams from the tie. If the administration of the 3 or more team tiebreaker results in the elimination of teams from the tie, teams remain tied and both championship game participants have not been determined. The tiebreaker procedure will restart for the remaining tied teams. So I'm going to read that last one again because it's confusing. Eliminated teams. Oh, wait. If the administration of the 3 or more team tiebreaker results in the elimination of teams from the tie, then teams remain tied and both championship game participants have not been determined. The tiebreaker would go to combined head-to-head win percentage among the tied teams if all tied teams are common opponents. If all tied teams are not common opponents, the tied teams have defeated each of the other tied teams. If all tied teams are not common opponents and no tied team defeated each of the other tied teams, but a tied team lost to each of the other tied teams, such teams shall be eliminated, removed from the tie. Win percentage against common opponents is the fourth one, and then win percentage against common opponents based upon their order of finish, overall conference win percentage with ties broken, and proceeding through other common opponents based upon their order of finish. So, again, the last one, win percentage against common opponents based upon their order of finish. So if we look at Duke, and above them, Georgia Tech, Pitt, Miami, and SMU, so we look at that and we say they didn't play any of those teams except for Georgia Tech. So they lost to Georgia Tech. This is where I'm getting very confused. So they lost to Georgia Tech head-to-head. But they didn't play Pitt or Miami or SMU. So then let's look and see how SMU gets eliminated. So SMU lost to Wake Forest, who Duke beat. and SMU lost to Cal, who Duke beat. So I guess we're looking at this and saying that SMU lost to two common opponents of Duke's. So then I go down the line to Miami, and Miami lost to Louisville, and Miami lost to SMU. So then I go to Duke, and Duke did not play Louisville or SMU. So maybe so you say, okay, well, they have 2 losses to teams that I guess Duke benefits from not playing them. Then we go to Pittsburgh. I'm just trying to figure this out for y'all, folks. We go to Pitt. Pitt lost to Louisville, who Duke didn't play. And Pitt lost to Miami, who Duke didn't play. And then Georgia Tech beat Duke. But Georgia Tech lost to NC State, who Duke
I think the bottom line here, folks, is that the ACC needs to change this tiebreaker.
Yeah, they beat it. So basically, the way that this looks,
head-to-head, head-to-head should eliminate teams.
Right. So basically, this is what it looks like, and I don't understand this because you had 3 or more teams tied. So when you had 3 or more teams tied, I would think that we look at this very simply. I would say that we look at this like I would look at any matchup thing, and I'd look at head-to-head. And I would say Duke lost to Georgia Tech, so they're out. And then who lost to Georgia Tech, so then they're out. And then who lost to Pitt, and then Miami beat Pitt, so Pitt's out. And then, SMU, we look at them and say, okay, who did SMU lose to? Well, they lost to Wake and they lost to Cal. So then you go to common opponents. But basically what it looks like is everybody had more losses than Duke did, or they lost to a team that Duke beat. So even though Georgia Tech beat Duke head-to-head, Duke beat a team that was a common opponent. But why is a common opponent more important than a head-to-head bout? Georgia Tech should have knocked out Duke. Miami should have knocked out Pitt. And then you're trying to figure out SMU and Georgia Tech, essentially, of who makes it in between those two teams. And then if you looked at common opponents between SMU and Georgia Tech, then you would say to yourself, okay, SMU lost to Wake and SMU lost to Cal. And then you go to Georgia Tech and you say, Georgia Tech lost to NC State and lost to Pitt. So then did they beat Cal? They didn't play Cal. Did they beat Wake? They beat Wake. So then you could say, okay, they beat Wake 30-29. You go back to SMU and you say NC State and Pitt. Did they play NC State and Pitt? They did not play NC State and they did not play Pitt. So the common opponent is Cal, who SMU lost to and Georgia Tech beat. So then Georgia Tech would get in. Does that make sense?
No. None of it makes sense.
I mean, none of it makes sense. What I'm essentially saying is, if you take common, so we'll go down the bouncing.
I'm not saying like your scenario makes sense. Like that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
But the whole ACC tiebreaker scenario.
So basically, you get
zero sense.
Basically, you get Duke in because SMU, Miami, Pitt, and Georgia Tech have more losses. Or they lost in conference, or they lost to someone that Duke did not lose to. But then Duke is also promoted for not having played some of these teams. So Duke is actually being protected by not playing some of these teams, when in actuality, a 2-team tie, a 3-team tie, a 6-team tie, a 5-team tie, and I said 6 teams, it was a 5-team tie, pardon me. But a 6-team tie or a 5-team tie or whatever team tie, it should easily be knocked out because of between who played who head-to-head. And head-to-head, Georgia Tech beat Duke. So to be completely honest about this, I'm sitting here with you right now saying the ACC did itself a disservice, because if Georgia Tech or SMU were playing Virginia, then you might actually get your champion in.
Yeah. If by some miracle Duke wins, and I don't think they're going to, if by some miracle Duke wins the ACC, folks, the ACC champion will not get in under any circumstances.
Because it's highest ranked.
I'd probably put the winner of the MAC in over them. I'd probably put the winner of the whatever other conference.
Murph would put the winner of the Pac-2 over them, which is crazy.
Yes. Who is Oregon State, who has 2 wins, and one of them is over Washington State.
That's right.
No, but like, it's honestly ridiculous. And I saw last night. I saw it on TikTok. I gotta send it to you. It was like 4 parts. This to me would be the most amazing scenario for college football. A complete and utter conference realignment, which involves each team in each conference playing every single team every year. And you go from having a Power 4 with, 18 schools in a conference to no more than 10, where everybody plays everybody. You have a handful of independents, and then you figure out a college football playoff. I think they said with 8 teams.
Yeah.
But you basically would have 6 power conferences. It was the SEC, the Big Ten, the Pac-10. Yes, I said Pac-10. The Southwest Conference, bringing that back. Bringing back the old Big 8. And yes, they would only have 8 schools. And then the Big East comes back. Winner of each of those conferences goes to the playoff, and then you have 2 at-large bids, which can be one of your independents. So he changed it up so that like Texas and Oklahoma went back to the Southwest. He had basically the original Pac-10 was back. For the most part, the original Big 8 was back. The original Big East was back with Syracuse, Louisville, Pitt, and all those schools. And then he had a couple teams that were different as independents. So he left UConn as an independent. He left Notre Dame as an independent. I think he made Northwestern an independent. A couple other schools. I'll have to send it to you because it was really, really interesting.
Yeah.
But that might be the best case scenario for college football, so that you actually get to determine who the best team in each conference is, because everybody plays everybody, and then you have your championship game.
Yeah, this is.
Or you just play a regular season and there is no championship game. It's
Yeah.
if you win, it's like winning a division in baseball or football, where you automatically make the playoffs.
Yeah, this thing is.
I think it's interesting.
This thing is wild. I mean,
Find it?
No, I'm looking at. I'm still trying to sift through this ACC thing. I mean, this thing is absolutely.
So
wild.
in our scenario, would Miami have been eliminated, and it would have come down to SMU and Pitt?
So,
if it was our time, if it was a correct tiebreaker,
if it was head to head, then Georgia Tech knocks out Duke, Miami knocks out Pittsburgh, SMU did not play. Let me see here. Oh, wait. So Miami knocks out Duke, or Miami knocks out Pittsburgh. Georgia Tech knocks out Duke, and then you go and you say that SMU beat Miami head to head, so SMU takes out Miami.
Okay.
So then it's between SMU and Georgia Tech. And then you say Wake and Cal were the 2 losses for SMU. So then you go to Georgia Tech, and they beat Wake. They didn't play Cal. They lost to NC State, and they lost to Pitt. So then you go back to SMU and say, did they play NC State? No. Did they play Pitt? No. So common opponent would be that Georgia Tech beat Wake, because that's their common opponent when it comes to win or loss.
Yeah.
So then it would be Georgia Tech versus Virginia. Yeah, because if SMU won, SMU is in, because Virginia's 7-1. If SMU had won, they're 7-1. Miami couldn't do anything if SMU won, and Pitt losing to Miami gave them 2 losses. So if SMU had won, it was an outright no contest. The 2-7-1s go. But because of SMU losing, it opened this chaos scenario between Miami, Pitt, Georgia Tech, Duke, and SMU. But what makes no sense is how Duke gets in to this. And I've spoken with, the ACC for many years, covered them for, I think it's like 14 years now, 13 or 14 years. And so I'm looking to get some answers on this, and we may have the opportunity to speak with the football side of things to kind of unearth whatever's going on. But based on their tie-breaking rules, Murph, which everything starts with head-to-head, I mean, it's clear that Duke would be out to Georgia Tech, and it's clear that Georgia Tech in our scenario would be in, and Georgia Tech in what I'm reading should be in. So, I mean, if I'm Brent Key this morning, I'm probably scratching my head a little bit.
Yeah, and it's really confusing. It's stupid for that matter. That's why I think like that whole realignment to what and I'll send it to you when I get home. But it was interesting, and it would basically eliminate all ties. Everyone will have played everyone. Because like if you look at the NFL, obviously you have 4 teams in the division, you play each other twice.
Yeah.
If you split, it goes to divisional record. If you're still tied, I think the next one is, margin of victory in the games against one another, or something like that. But either way, like that's a perfectly fine, sound rule. Like who won the series? Like in baseball, like I missed the game 163, but you go based off of head-to-head record. Whoever wins the season series.
Yeah.
Winner of the season series wins the division or gets the spot. If you're split, I forget what the next. I think it's in division record is if you split, as it should be. But it's every conference has its own weird scenarios and tiebreaker rules, and it should really just all be the same.
Yeah.
Like for years in the SEC, it was always head-to-head record. When Florida played Georgia, it was basically a battle to see who was going to play in the SEC championship. Because you assume they probably have the same, or if one team's a little bit better, that's great. But if you have the same record, you beat Georgia head-to-head, or you beat Florida head-to-head, you're going to end up going to the conference championship. And I think that is part of the problem with not having two sides of it.
Yeah.
Theoretically, because you don't have like an SEC East, SEC West anymore. You don't have a Big Ten East, Big Ten West. ACC always had the. Actually, was the ACC always divisional or no?
The ACC was divisional. Yeah, I mean it's been divisional for a long time.
Yeah, so it was.
Yeah, it was because the Coastal used to be the higher one. Then it became the Atlantic was the higher one because Clemson and Florida State in there. But it used to not be that way. And then if you actually look at it this year, if they were in divisions still, then the Coastal would have been the higher division, which is funny because John Swafford said to me, he said years ago, he said, people complain about the ACC and they say, well, the Atlantic is such a difficult division and the Coastal's not. But he said it used to be the Coastal and it'll swing back again and then people will complain about the Coastal. And the irony is he's absolutely right. If it was the Atlantic and the Coastal, he would be absolutely right now because Virginia's was in the Coastal, Georgia Tech was in the Coastal, and there's an argument that SMU would have been. So he's actually completely right that, that the Coastal Division is actually better because Clemson's down, Florida State's down, Virginia's up, Duke is up, Georgia Tech's up. They were all in the Coastal Division. So shout out to you, John Swafford. Your prediction was correct. So I do want to go to the chaos scenario, or I want to go back to the SEC for a second before we take a step aside because it's something that we had put up here, and I want to make sure we work through this before we take a step aside on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. So here's the college football playoff scenarios. We're going to be talking about a bunch of them, but we're talking about the SEC. Okay, so we're talking about the SEC. We have Alabama versus Georgia for the championship game. Okay, so we have them versus Georgia for the championship game. Then we have Ole Miss, who's outside of it. We have Texas A&M, who's outside of the championship game. We have Oklahoma. We have Texas. We have Vanderbilt. Let's see, do I have everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
So that's all of them, okay? So this is where we're at. So Murph, give me scenarios. Who do you think? Let's deal with the teams. We'll do a little. I'll put a little line under the championship. Let's deal with the teams that are not in the championship. Feet to the fire right now. Who gets in when we're looking at this thing? Feet to the fire of Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Texas, and Vanderbilt.
Just kind of based off what we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks and how rankings have unfolded, how, the regular season is finished up, I think it's only going to be 2 to 3 more. I say 2 to 3 because I don't know what the committee's going to do about Ole Miss. If they leave Ole Miss alone, obviously they'll be in, and then I think Oklahoma and Texas A&M will be in. I think Vandy would be on the outside looking in. It's unfortunate because I think they had a really good year, and this was probably a good year for them to get in. I don't really see a path right now. There's a lot. Everything's done outside of championship games.
Yeah.
So, could we see Bama lose? And if Alabama gets a third loss, maybe you squeak them in, but they lost to Alabama head-to-head. That kind of changes things, but I still don't know if that would be enough to get them in. I mean, as far as like the Big 12, they're probably only going to get one team. The ACC may not get any, but best case they're only getting. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with Miami. I really don't, because they should be in over Notre Dame, and it's a weird chaos scenario that we can come back to, but I don't see a path for Vanderbilt right now. I really don't. The path for Texas, they didn't play Alabama, right?
Right.
The path for Texas, I think, is simpler than the path for Vanderbilt. Texas needs multiple teams to lose in the championship games, I think. They need Alabama to lose, because I think Alabama versus Texas, there's an argument to be made for Texas. There's also an argument to be made for Alabama. I'm not saying I think Texas would get in over Alabama. This is just, best case scenario for them. They probably also need BYU to win the Big 12. I think that would knock Texas Tech out, personally. So I think they're only going to get one. The ACC, if the committee leaves out Miami, then I think that opens the door. But if they leave out Miami, they also got to leave out Notre Dame.
Right.
We've had that conversation before. I don't know how it's going to end up going. I don't think Texas is getting in. I do think they are one of the 12 best teams in the country, but I don't think they're going to get in. Just, they had 2 losses, they're a lot. If they don't lose that Florida game, they're a lot. But losing that game definitely puts a ripple into that one, and I don't think they would get in. And then you have the 3, and realistically, I don't know what they're going to do about Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Maybe you have maybe you leave out Ole Miss and you put Texas in. Maybe you leave out Ole Miss and you put Miami and Notre Dame both in. Whatever the case may be. I think the Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss situation definitely opens the door for different scenarios for the playoff committee. Like, if you leave them out, that's an extra spot that you can give to somebody else. Because at this point, you're going to have at least 2 Big Ten teams, probably 3. You're going to have at least 4 SEC teams, so that's 7. You got your Big 12 champion, that's 8. You got your most likely American champion, that's 9. Assuming Duke loses the ACC championship, you'll have your Sun Belt champion, that's 10. And then you only have 2 more at large. You have 2 more spots now. So, and we haven't said Notre Dame, we haven't said Miami. That could be your 2. Or do you leave Notre Dame out, you put Miami in, do you put Texas in? Do you put Alabama in?
Yeah.
These are definitely going to be. It's going to be interesting what happens next Tuesday or next Sunday.
But here's the thing: you have Texas, right? So Texas lost to Georgia, so that's against them. So let's do a scenario here. Let's do the scenario that Alabama is your champion. Okay, so that means Georgia would have 2 losses. Texas has 3 losses. Ole Miss has 1 loss. And so we look at Ole Miss. So I want to go back here and just take a look at something with Ole Miss here. So Ole Miss, because what you said is very interesting when it comes to their coach. So Ole Miss has 1 loss. Texas A&M has 1 loss. And Oklahoma has 2 losses. So if Alabama wins and we come down here, Georgia has a win over Texas. We look at Texas A&M. Yeah. So Texas has the win head-to-head with Texas A&M. Georgia has the win head-to-head with Texas. Texas has the win head-to-head over Oklahoma. So my question to you is, with Texas having 3 losses, they still have Texas A&M's only loss, and they have one of Oklahoma's 2 losses. So Georgia gets in above Texas, but then Texas has an argument above Texas A&M and above Oklahoma. But then where does it come in that Texas A&M has 1 loss and Oklahoma has 2 losses versus Texas's 3 if Texas beat both of these teams head-to-head?
I think Texas would be more likely to get in over Oklahoma than they would over Texas A&M. I think in part because of the way they beat Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I mean, they destroyed Oklahoma. They beat Texas A&M pretty handily too, but they destroyed Oklahoma. I think there's an argument to be made Texas over Oklahoma, even with the 3 losses. I don't think there's an argument Texas over Texas A&M. 2 losses versus 3 loss argument. 1 loss versus 3 loss, probably not.
Yeah.
And it's not a knock on the win over Texas A&M. Like that's a huge win for Texas. This is why I do firmly believe that Texas is one of the top 12 teams in the country. I just don't know if they can overlook the fact that they've got a 3rd loss to Florida, who, as we know, was not good this year. I don't know if you can overlook that one. So, to me, as much as I would want to put Texas in, I think they're one of the 12 best teams in college football. I think they would get left out. They desperately need Alabama to lose. That is their, to me, that's their only chance. Alabama has to lose, and I don't think they're going to. So they would need Alabama to lose, because then, therefore, they beat the team who beat the team. Again, we've had that conversation before.
Right.
They beat Oklahoma, who beat Bama. Then you could maybe make the argument for Texas.
Yeah, because the question that comes in here is, you say Texas A&M has 1 loss. So I think Texas A&M is going to be in, because the same conversation about Ohio State and Indiana. Somebody's going to beat the other one, and they got 1 loss, but they went undefeated. all the way to almost the bitter end. So, you can't let in Indiana or Ohio State, who had weaker schedules, and not let in Texas A&M, who also had a weaker schedule, with them all, with, talking about the one-loss scenario and being undefeated for the majority of the season and losing to a ranked team. Ohio State, Indiana play each other. That loss is going to be to a ranked team. Texas A&M lost to a ranked Texas. So you got Texas A&M. So now I'm gonna recreate this thing here. So you got Alabama, in my opinion, Alabama versus Georgia. Here's the thing. With Alabama versus Georgia, I think that whoever wins this game, I think they're both getting in. Now, Alabama and Georgia, when you put them up next to each other and you say, what has happened? Okay? Alabama has 2 losses and they only have 1 in the conference. Georgia has 1 loss and it's to Alabama. So Alabama, to me, if Georgia beats them, now they both have a check in their respective sides here. So if we get the chalk out here, we got the chalk on both sides. If Georgia beats Alabama, because if Georgia beats Alabama, then, which the committee made no sense with this before, and they're like, Notre Dame gets in because they beat Clemson head to head, and I'm like, they beat Clemson head to head without Trevor Lawrence. Then they got blown out by Clemson when Clemson was healthy and had Trevor Lawrence in the ACC championship. They're like, doesn't matter. It's the first one, not the second one. And it's like, wait a minute, but what one happened most recently? So if Alabama beats Georgia, then Alabama gets the 2 check marks here, and Georgia's only losses this season are going to be to Alabama. This is the best case scenario for the SEC, okay? If Alabama beats Georgia, then Georgia has 2 losses, but their losses come to the same team. So you would look at Alabama and say, or you look at Georgia and say, okay, Georgia's got 2 losses, but they're to Alabama, and those are so that's the only team that they lost to. So when we look at Alabama, we look at Georgia, we look at Ole Miss, we look at, I'm going to say Vanderbilt's out, even though I think Vanderbilt's good. See, the problem with Vanderbilt in this whole conversation is that Vanderbilt has losses to Alabama and to Texas. Those are their 2 losses this season. It's the only 2 losses that they have. They went undefeated out of conference. They're 10-2. They had a great season. But here's the thing with Vanderbilt. Because they lost to Texas and because they lost to Oklahoma, it makes this very, very, because they lost to Texas and they lost to Alabama, it's going to take them out of this scenario. And I'm going to show you how this all works out, okay? So I'm putting the teams up here in the SEC, okay? So here's your 6 teams that we're talking about across the board, all right? So we're going to put them down like this. So Georgia, we're going to talk about losses here. Georgia lost to Alabama. Okay? Then we look at Ole Miss, and Ole Miss this season has only endured 1 loss, and that loss for Ole Miss this season for the Rebels was to Georgia. So we look at Ole Miss and we say, okay, Ole Miss lost to Georgia. Georgia lost to Alabama. Alabama has lost to Oklahoma in conference. Okay? And we go to Texas. We talk about Texas. This is where it gets interesting with Texas because it's what is the committee going to value more? Texas's losses or Texas's wins? Because Texas lost to Georgia, which I think still would get them in, but they also lost to Florida. Now, Oklahoma, when we go to Oklahoma, Oklahoma lost, of course, to Texas, and Oklahoma lost to Ole Miss. And Texas A&M lost to Texas. So this is why the chaos scenario exists, because of Texas.
Yeah.
You know, and so when you look at this, this is crazy to see this scenario, and it creates this chaos scenario because of where we sit right now. We look at the fact, okay, so you look at Alabama and you say they lost to Oklahoma. Oklahoma has 2 losses. Alabama is safe, in my opinion, if they lose to Georgia, because you go back and forth. You say, okay, Georgia's a really well. Here's the thing. Let's talk about let's just discuss, because they're not necessarily safe.
I don't know that they're safe.
Yeah, so let's discuss it.
I really don't.
So let's discuss this. Let me. So this is what it looks like. Okay, now I'm gonna retool what I said here a little bit. So with Alabama, if they were to lose to Georgia, and this were to happen, this would be a very, very unique scenario. Because if this were to happen, then we're in a place where Alabama, let's just put it in here, if they lose to Georgia, now Alabama lost to Florida State. That's not in the conference, but does the committee fault them for that? Because now you have a now you have a conversation that Alabama lost to Florida State and Texas lost to Florida, but Florida beat Florida State. So now we look at Alabama and we say, and Texas lost to Ohio State, who could end up being the number 1 team in the country and staying that way. So now you got 3-loss Alabama and you have 3-loss Texas in this scenario. Common opponent, they both lost to Georgia. Now, we don't know what the score would be if Alabama loses to Georgia in the championship. We don't have that score. We know that Georgia blew out Texas. So you look at this and you say to yourself, okay, Alabama has 3, Texas has 3. They both have a common opponent in Georgia. If this were to happen, this is a scenario again, folks. And then we look at Alabama lost to Oklahoma, Texas lost to Ohio State. Alabama lost by a couple points, Texas lost by a touchdown. So now you look at this and you say, okay, who do you regard as higher? Well, if Texas lost to the number 1 team in the country and Alabama lost to the number 5, 6, 7, 8 team in the country, now do you give a nod to Texas and say, okay, you lost to a better team than Oklahoma? Or do they look at margin of victory? Because in that case, it's Alabama. Then you look at Texas losing to Florida and Alabama losing to Florida State. If it came down to this, Texas beat Oklahoma, who Alabama lost to. So now Texas says, I played Georgia and I lost. You played Georgia, Alabama, and you lost. You played Oklahoma and you lost. I played Oklahoma and I won. And on top of common opponent, if we have to go any farther, I lost to the team in Florida that beat Florida State. So now Texas gets in. And if Texas gets in, you obviously have to let in Texas A&M for beating Texas, or pardon me, Texas A&M. If Texas gets in, then you say, okay, well, if Texas gets in, of course, Georgia, Georgia beats Alabama, they're in no matter what. But you look at Texas and you say, okay, if they're in, then what do we do with the rest of the conference? You would imagine that Ole Miss is going to get in because Ole Miss only has 1 loss. You'd imagine Texas A&M is going to get in and they only lost to Texas. And you would imagine now it's down to what do you do with Oklahoma and Alabama? Alabama lost to Oklahoma, so now you let Oklahoma in. So now the question becomes, do you let in Alabama? Do you let in Miami? Who do you look at? If Alabama loses to Georgia and Texas says we beat Oklahoma and they're going to let Oklahoma in, you can't let Oklahoma in without Texas. You can't let Texas A&M in without Texas, and you're not going to. I mean, obviously Georgia is going to be your SEC champion in this case, and Ole Miss lost to Georgia, and that's it in the conference, and that's it overall. So here are your 5. So then the question becomes, a 3-loss Alabama is better than a 3-loss Alabama last year. So what do you do with Alabama this year? Keep in mind that Alabama this year defeated Georgia, like I said, defeated Vanderbilt, And so they got that win that knocks out Vanderbilt, but they didn't play Ole Miss. Alabama did not play Texas A&M. They didn't play Ole Miss. They didn't play Texas. So now what help do they have? They didn't play Oklahoma. Or pardon me, they played Oklahoma, lost by 2. Pardon me on that one. So they didn't play Ole Miss. They didn't play Texas A&M. They didn't play Texas. So now the question becomes, what do you do with Alabama if Georgia wins? Because now Texas has a case against common opponent. And depending on how many points Alabama loses to Georgia to, you got 2 3-loss teams, and Texas has a win over Oklahoma, over Texas A&M, and a win over a common opponent that Alabama lost to. So what do you do?
I think you're forgetting the fact that Alabama did beat Georgia early in the year. So that does kind of change things a little bit.
Right, but that's the thing is, does the committee care about the 1-1 split with Alabama?
I think they do.
So do they?
I do.
So essentially, what does the committee look at? Does the committee look at if Alabama has 3 losses and Texas has 3 losses, does the committee say, well, Alabama, you went 1-1 against Georgia, and Texas, you went 0-1 against the SEC champion, and is it essentially down to that? And do we essentially look at this and say to ourselves, and forgive me, folks, if I've lost you along the way, I'm going to try and get you back because I know it's confusing here. But if Texas has 3 losses and Alabama has 3 losses, does it simply come down to Alabama's 1-1 split with Georgia and Texas's 0-1 split? If Georgia's the SEC champion, do they simply look at who has a win over the SEC champion and make the decision between the 2 3-loss teams if this scenario happened, taking Alabama and leaving out Texas, despite the fact that Texas beat Oklahoma and beat Texas A&M, who I think in this scenario get in?
I think it's tough. I mean, I think it's a really interesting conversation. I don't think they're going to have it because I do still think Alabama's going to win. And then in this case, you know, situation's nullified, doesn't even matter. But the more you think about it, the more you think that Texas does have a case. And I still, again, I think they are one of the 12 best teams in college football. They will have beaten 2 teams that are in the playoff and lost to the number 1 team. And in this scenario, the number 2 team.
Yeah.
Their losses would be to 1 and 2. And then Florida. It does help them that Florida blew out Florida State.
Yeah.
Because it makes that loss by Bama way worse. We knew that loss was not good. We didn't know how bad it would be. Now it's really bad. That's a really bad loss. Is Florida a bad loss too? Yes. But because those 2 teams played head-to-head and Florida won as convincingly as they did, that's not as bad a loss as Florida State is. So to me, the loss is worse. However, Bama did still beat Georgia on their own turf.
Yeah.
They beat Georgia in Athens, snapping the longest active home winning streak in college football. You can't, the committee would be doing themselves and the world a disservice if they didn't use that and recognize that. Because they did still beat the team that beat the team. They beat Georgia, who beat Texas. Yes, Texas beat Oklahoma, who beat Alabama, but Oklahoma wasn't as good a team as Georgia. Georgia was the better team. That's kind of just the way it is. So, to me, I still think Bama gets in over Texas. I would, however, not raise an argument if the committee is so bad.
Yeah, we lost you there for a second. What did you say?
You could always leave out all this, and then you leave both in.
Right. So,
how much did you get?
Well, just the end of your sentence. We missed the end of your sentence about the committee.
Oh. Well, I mean, basically what I was saying is, they would be doing themselves a disservice if they left out Alabama in that scenario.
Yeah. So
But if
here's
they put Texas in, I wouldn't blame them.
right.
But you can also leave out. We also have the Ole Miss debacle. They've set the precedent before.
Right.
They could leave Ole Miss out, and then maybe both of them get in. Who knows?
Well, and here's the thing. Okay, so let's play the scenarios here. Okay, let's play what the committee could look at, and then we'll take a step aside. So we appreciate you being here inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. This is Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. We're playing college football playoff scenarios because thanks to Texas defeating Texas A&M, we have some chaos that can ensue. And so as we take a look at scenarios here, so let's look at what's against what. So if Alabama wins, if they win the SEC,
they win, they're in.
Okay. So if they win the SEC, then they're in. Okay. Now, if they lose, we talked about all this other stuff. Now, Georgia has one loss. If they lose to Alabama, they have two losses to who's going to be probably the number 2 team in the college football playoff. So I think if Georgia's only losses this season are 2 to Alabama, they're in. So I think if Georgia loses by whatever margin, they're still in. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So
I think it'd be hard pressed to not put them in that scenario.
Right, because you got 2 losses, but it's to the same team. So then, and it's to the SEC champion. So now you have Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Texas, and Texas A&M. Texas A&M is 11-1 with a loss to Texas. They have one loss all season. Texas is a 3-loss team, and we've discussed what they have and what they don't have. Ole Miss is a 1-loss team, but they don't have their coach. Oklahoma is a 2-loss team, and they beat Alabama. So I feel like if Alabama wins, I think Oklahoma's in.
I think Oklahoma's in regardless.
Right.
Personally.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma's they've already stated their case. But here's a question. If we have 3 that are in from the SEC, the question becomes how many more do we let in? And if Vandy's not getting in because they lost to Alabama and they lost to Texas, so we have 3. We have Alabama, we have Georgia, we have Oklahoma. So they're in. If Alabama wins the SEC, these 3 are in. We think Oklahoma arguably is going to be in. I would venture to say if Georgia loses to Alabama, that's their only loss is to Alabama twice, they're in. And even if Alabama loses, it creates a lot of conversation. But, I would think that they'd still be a consideration. So now the conversation becomes, so the scenario we just played was if Alabama loses to Georgia in the SEC. Now if Alabama beats Georgia, we got Alabama in, we got Georgia in, we got Oklahoma in. So now Texas A&M has one loss the entire season, last game of the season, it's to Texas. Are they in?
Probably. I don't think they're that good. If it was my case and I was literally just picking the 12 best teams regardless of anything, I wouldn't put them in, but they're probably in.
So I'm going to agree that it's going to be hard to keep an SEC team out in Texas A&M. Now, Ole Miss with one loss. Now, with Ole Miss, and one loss is key. because they did have to come back against a not good South Carolina team when they were down by 27. But they came back. Now we have Texas, and now I think if we're talking about Texas A&M lost to South Carolina and to Texas, now Texas is in no matter what, and I think Texas A&M is out. Now, here's Ole Miss and here's Texas. We go back to the 3-loss Texas team that also has 3 wins against top 15 schools. So we have Texas, who's defeated Oklahoma. We have Texas, who has defeated Vanderbilt. And we have Texas, who has defeated Texas A&M. They lost to Georgia, and they lost to Florida. And we have Ole Miss without their head coach. But they only have 1 loss. And that's to Georgia. So you got 2 teams that lost to Georgia. Ole Miss that lost to... So Texas that lost to Georgia in a blowout 35-10. And you got Ole Miss who lost to Georgia by 1 score, 43-35. So if we're looking at common opponent, and we're looking at 1 loss, and we're looking at Ole Miss versus Texas A&M even, I think even without Lane, you got Texas A&M or Ole Miss in this thing. But here's the dangerous precedent. As fans have seen, well, you don't have your quarterback. We don't care that you're undefeated. We don't care that you're a champion of the quote-unquote Power 4 ACC. You're not in FSU because you don't have Jordan Travis. Does Ole Miss get punished, and does it backfire on Ole Miss that if they indeed did tell Lane, you can't coach if you decide you're going to another school after this season, we won't let you coach? If that is in fact the case, because we were not in that room, folks. I know on the internet everybody wants to speak for everybody, but that's not real life. If that was the actual case, Murph, and Ole Miss said, you go somewhere else, you make that decision, we're not going to let you finish off the season. Does it backfire to Ole Miss's brass? And does the committee say, you don't have Lane, we're keeping you out? And then does Lane smirk in Baton Rouge and say, wow, y'all screwed yourselves? Or does Ole Miss get in no matter what?
Honestly, I think there's a lot of things that would need to happen to keep Ole Miss out.
Yeah, I agree.
But you're right. They've done this before. Not having your head coach is incredibly important, or is incredibly valuable. It would absolutely backfire on Ole Miss, and Lane Kiffin would laugh his head off. And honestly, I think it would be hysterical. Because they don't want him to coach the rest of the season because they don't want him to coach their guys. Well, you do that to yourselves. You don't let him coach. You get kept out of the playoff because of it. You got nobody to blame there but yourself.
Right.
So he wanted to keep coaching. He basically said, guys, job's not finished. I want to try to win this thing for you guys one last time. You know, I'm not abandoning you mid-season. You're doing that to yourself. So, me personally, I'd keep them out for that reason. If they hadn't done it with Florida State, I would be thinking otherwise. But having made that decision with Florida State 2 years ago, 13-0, and you know, without their quarterback,
yeah,
they set that precedent. If they don't set that precedent and they would have let them in the playoff, then, you know, realistically, I would probably not even have, this wouldn't be a conversation. The fact that they did that tells me that they might leave Ole Miss out. And I think tonight, or tomorrow night when they come out with the new rankings, it's going to tell us a lot. It's going to tell, we're going to have, they'll tell us everything we need to know. If they knock Ole Miss down a lot because they lose to Kiffin, we'll know that they are leaning towards keeping them out. Because these rankings are going to pretty much determine what we're going to see.
Right.
Because there's only going to be 9 games next week. That's all your championship games. Because everybody else can't do anything. All the at-large teams can't, you know, they can't do anything.
So then...
So, me... Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so if I think Ole Miss should get in. And maybe the fact that they named their coach so quickly was Ole Miss's front office way of showing the committee, hey, we got this covered. We're hiring from within. We're promoting a coordinator. He's already on staff, so it's not like we're some lame duck in your college football playoff. So that move might have been made to help them too, making it so quick. So now you got 5 from the SEC, but now the question becomes, what do we do with Texas? Texas knocks out Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's not in the conversation because of Texas. Let's say that. And because they lost to Alabama. But let's say even more so because they lost to Texas. They have 2 losses, but Texas beat them head-to-head despite the 3 losses. Texas gets blown out by Georgia, but Texas beats Oklahoma. And Texas beats Texas A&M. Now, a 1-loss SEC school, more often than not, I would imagine, is not going to be out of the thing. Which is why Texas A&M and Ole Miss are in. But Texas beat Texas A&M. Texas beat Oklahoma. So, what is more important? The fact that Texas is the only loss on Texas A&M's schedule, and Texas is responsible for taking Texas A&M out of the top 3 and probably taking, and definitely, not probably, definitely taking Texas A&M out of the running to have a bye week in the college football playoff because they took them out of the running of having an opportunity in playing for a championship in the SEC. So if Texas is responsible for taking Texas A&M out of the SEC title game and taking them out of the college football playoff as a top 4 team that would get a bye, plus they beat Oklahoma, and Oklahoma beat Alabama, and Texas didn't play Alabama. So we look at this and say, if Texas is better than Oklahoma and Oklahoma is better than Alabama, and Texas is responsible for affecting the SEC championship game in and of itself, what becomes more important? What Texas has done or the fact that they lost to Florida?
I think what they've done, because obviously the scenario where Alabama wins, we're not talking about Alabama versus Texas. We're talking about Texas versus Miami, Texas versus Notre Dame,
Vanderbilt,
Texas versus Vanderbilt, Texas versus... That's about it, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean
who else
the conversation would be Vanderbilt, Texas, Miami, Notre Dame, those suspects.
Yeah. That's really your 4 that would be competing for the last 2 spots in our scenario. Which the easy answer is to just put in Notre Dame and Miami. But, that doesn't factor in what Texas has done.
And you also look at the fact Texas beat Texas A&M, Notre Dame lost to Texas A&M. So Texas would have that. They would have that. So Miami has the win over Notre Dame, so that puts them over Notre Dame, contrary to all the illogical, irrational people out there. And then Texas has the win over Texas A&M, which Notre Dame doesn't have. So Texas has a case over Notre Dame. Miami has a case over Notre Dame. So I don't think Miami's out of it if you put Texas in. So then let's say this. Let's say Texas is in with an Alabama win, because now you're not dealing with Alabama versus Texas like you said. So best case scenario for the SEC, Alabama beats Georgia. It doesn't affect Georgia because Georgia has 2 losses, but to the same team. Texas is not affected because there's not a 3-loss Alabama and a 3-loss Texas, because in that case I think they take Alabama 9 times out of 10. So if Alabama beats Georgia and everything else is what it is here, then we see Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Texas, and Texas A&M. We see 6 SEC schools, and just on the outside, and we'll call them the 14th team, the 13th or 14th team, we have Vanderbilt. So that means we almost got 7, but half of the field of the SEC makes it. I think that this is a very reasonable scenario, because I think no matter what happens, Texas, it would be either the last one in or the second to last. Either they're going to be one of the last two in or the first one out. And if I know that they might say Notre Dame's the last one in or Notre Dame's the first one out or however they want to word it. But if we're actually looking at work on the field, Texas beat a common opponent between them and Notre Dame, which is Texas A&M. So Texas is above Notre Dame no matter what anybody says. Well, Notre Dame only has 2 losses and Texas has 3. Notre Dame doesn't have better wins. I don't know what world people live in where losses count more than wins. The Notre Dame, the entire conversation of Notre Dame is they almost beat 2 good teams. They almost did it. And there's people arguing with me, Murph, that almost beating Miami means that you're better than Miami. So losing to Miami is okay because you almost beat Miami and your almost wins are better than Miami's almost wins, even though Miami beat you. I feel like we're living in this 1 + 1 is 5 world, and the reality of it all is, how can you say Miami's losses are worse than Notre Dame's losses and then not say, if that is true, I'm the son of a lawyer, folks. Keep in mind, whatever you're going to come at me with, I'm going to research my butt off to be prepared. If Miami is a better loss than SMU, which I agree with, how is a win by Miami over you not count more than your almost win over them? And then somebody wrote to me, I want Miami and Notre Dame to play a playoff game before the playoff game in South Bend to decide who gets in. Oh, okay. So because
Miami would win that game, so it's very simple.
You know, and that's the thing too. It's like, okay, so you want an extra game. I'm sure Texas A&M wants an extra game against Texas. I'm sure Georgia wants to play Alabama before the SEC championship again. I'm sure
Texas wants Florida again.
Right. I'm sure Texas wants Florida again.
I'm sure Alabama wants Florida State again.
Right. What would Alabama do against Florida State right now? So, I mean, in the conversation of, well, what about this and what about that and what about, we're looking at what actually happened. The fact that I put up a post, Murph, I'm going to read you the post. I'm going to read you what I wrote. So, this is what I wrote. If you find a plot hole, I want you to call me out. Here is what I wrote, because this has been one of the most controversial things that I've written, which there's been a bunch of them apparently, because logic is controversial. So here's what I wrote. And this was written on Saturday after Miami beat Pitt. The conversation is over. Miami and Notre Dame end the regular season with the same record, end the regular season both at 10-2. Notre Dame's best win is over Pitt, who they defeated 37-15, 22-point differential. Miami just defeated Pitt by a larger margin, 38-7, 31 points. Oh, and the Hurricanes defeated the Fighting Irish head-to-head. Case closed. Thoughts?
There is no there. Why is this controversial? Folks, why is this controversial?
It's crazy.
If Notre Dame won one of those 2 games, let's just say they, for argument's sake, they beat Texas A&M, then you have a case. Yes, you lost head-to-head, but your only loss is you lost head-to-head, but that's your only loss. In that scenario, sure, I'll still put Notre Dame over Miami. In that scenario, I'm not doing it with the same record.
Yeah.
Same record, head-to-head matters. Different record still matters, but it takes a back seat.
Well, and it depends on who you beat.
To me.
Right. Like if Notre Dame played Eastern Illinois, like if they're 11-1 and they played Eastern Illinois and Miami's 10-2 and they played their schedule, I'm still looking at Miami over Notre Dame. But see, the reality of it all is, if the conversation that I understand is every single year, if Notre Dame goes undefeated or has 1 loss, they're almost a lock. No matter what they do, not being in a conference. But the 2-loss scenario, if they let them in now over the team that beat them head-to-head, now we're looking at a world where the College Football Playoff Committee is essentially saying, we're going to let Notre Dame in no matter how many times they lose and no matter who they play. And that is
let's go back to the BCS. At least that was unbiased.
Yeah. But Miami was screwed by the BCS when we were looking at, like, it was something like they beat the number 1 team and number 2 team in the country, but the BCS mathematically put Miami out of it. Then Miami played Florida and they blew the doors off of Florida in that season. And they're like, okay, like we should have been the national champions. But I was watching the 30 for 30. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the scenario that we created, the SEC gets in 6 because Texas beat Texas A&M, who Notre Dame didn't beat, and Miami beat Notre Dame. So now we're going to come back to you. If these 6 are in, remember, 5 highest ranked conference champions get an automatic bid. So that means that Alabama or Georgia would have the auto. And in this scenario, if Alabama wins, they have the auto, which means the other 5 SEC schools would take 5 of the 7 spots. Murph and I are going to take a look at the grand scheme of things when we look back at this scenario. If things were to shake out this way, which they very well could, what does that mean for the rest of the country? We'll talk about it right after this fast break where sports meets life on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. And now a message from Myers Creek Brewing Company, with locations at their Cazenovia Farm Brewery, Syracuse Inner Harbor Tap Room, and soon-to-be Lake Placid Tap Room.
Well, I think first and foremost, the Feldmeyer family and our team are extremely passionate about what we do. We care very much about what we do. The Feldmeyer family is always investing. Our taproom management team, our brew management team, our marketing management team, and all of the team members that get after it every day, they leave it on the field. They put their heart and soul into it. I know for a fact that everyone that works at Myers Creek wants to be there, and we want them to be there. You know, we want them to feel good about their job. And again, if you've never been to a Myers Creek, especially to the brewery, I mean, I want your eyes to open really big. I want you to see how big of a brand this is. I want you to see where we're going. The sky is the limit, and I feel very proud of that, and I'm very excited about that. When you think of designing a menu for a brewery, it's kind of open to a lot of different interpretations. I mean, you can do American, you can do Asian, you can do Italian, and you just have to find, you know, how that meets that pub style dining experience, that gastropub vibe. And I think it's super fun for us because obviously we know that, you know, everyone in the world's going to sell a pizza or a burger or a french fry, but what can we do to be different? And what can we do to be true to who we are? We are a brewery, you know, a brew pub. So the flavor profiles are kind of all over the place. And I think it's super cool that we have a massive smoker at the brewery in Cazenovia, and we smoke a lot of our products. A delicious smoked turkey. We have barbecue ribs on Sundays. From a pulled pork sandwich to a chicken wing, you go to the Inner Harbor and you go to the Kaz location and you'll find similarities in the menu, but also things that are a little different and also kind of fit those different demographics or different communities, and also hopefully just drive you to try every tap room that we have open at some point because you get a little something different at each one. You know, we understand how hard it is to, you know, work every day and get after it every day, and when you're done at the end of your day, you want to go out and put your feet up in a good ambiance and good environment. So we take pride in that. We make sure that everyone knows that they're very much valued to us.
This is Jim Dispenza, owner of Game Point Sports Complex. You hear the same story across any sport that kids play and any sport that adults play. There's never enough places to play. That was definitely true with volleyball, definitely true with basketball. Could be cheerleading, it could be field hockey, which is what we're seeing now. Every sport has a lack of places to play, and I think Syracuse in particular is a place where it's really bad. Despite the fact that we've got a lot of athletic talent around here, we just seem to have not enough places for people to play, and they're going to different places. They're going to Rochester, they're going to, Buffalo. They're going all different places because we don't have a place here, and I felt like that should change. This was a long project from planning all the way through execution to opening the doors. A lot of work went into it, obviously a lot of money, a lot of resources, and the dream always was kids being in the gym, having a good time. And I've always felt like sports is the most unfiltered joy that you can observe with people, that people can experience, because it is fun, it is a sense of accomplishment, it's all of that wrapped into one thing. And so watching kids going up and down the court with big smiles on their faces has been just amazing experience. I'm looking forward to years to come of that same thing. We've taken the time to invest in multiple sports, and then what we're finding is the mere fact that we have a large, clean, well-lit space has opened a lot more doors for us beyond basketball, volleyball, pickleball. Now we're having some interest from cheerleading. We've got girls field hockey coming in, and then also there's quite a bit of room for spectators. We've got bleachers, we've got benches, we've got a concession lounge where people can get food and drinks. We're going to have multiple sports going at the same time, using every square inch of this place for what it was conceived for, which is basically people to come in, have a good time in the sport that they prefer. We manage each situation differently. Everybody has different ability to afford different things. Some are bringing 10, 15 people, some are just 2 people. I've had a lot of situations where it's a father shooting around with his son, it's a mother playing pickleball with her daughter or with her son, and in those situations come up and we work with people, and that's allowed us to have groups from 2 people up to 30 people and have some flexible pricing behind it. We're an organization that is here to work with the community any way we can, and I guess part of it is just making sure that we have the flexibility to put together a plan that makes sense regardless of the size of your group. So in order to book time, the best option is to go to our website, gamepointsports-syr.com. You can click from there and sign up for events, sign up for your own particular training, sign up for birthday parties, all of that.
And a welcome back here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports truly meets that thing called life. We appreciate you being here, where sports meets life, every Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And, of course, we are here inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Great Lakes Honda City coming to you on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. You can go and see them Monday through Saturday for sales and service, and you can also get a sneak peek at all that they have to offer, including all their end-of-the-year deals going on GreatLakesHondaCity.com. That is GreatLakesHondaCity.com. So make sure you get out there today. Appreciate you so much, and show that love as you always do for Great Lakes Honda City. Happy to be with them for over a decade of going to them for sales and service. So thank you to Great Lakes Honda City, and a much appreciation. With that being said, Murph and I are continuing the conversation on the college football playoff scenarios. So if we were to say that the SEC gets 6 in, that is their 1 auto bid, and that is their 5 at large. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and write that in here, at large. There we go. It kind of says large. So if we go to the Big Ten, and we got the Big Ten here, you know that the Big Ten champion's going to get in, and you know the runner-up's going to get in because they're ranked in the top 2 right now. So you got 2 in there. So you're going to have your 1 auto for them, and then you're going to have your 1, I'm going to call it the AL, the 1 at large. And then we look at the Big 12, and I think they're only just going to have their champion. I think they're just going to have their 1 auto, because I don't think you can argue Texas Tech or BYU over the Miamis and the Notre Dames and the Texases and the whatnots of the world. And then, the American, we look at the American, they're going to get their 1 auto, I would imagine, in here. I would think the committee is going to go higher on the American, even though the AP and the coaches poll went higher on James Madison, but the American has played ranked opponents and James Madison hasn't. And so if the rankings matter, which they're supposed to, then I would imagine the American is going to get in. So if we have 6 from the SEC, we have at least 2 from the Big Ten, 1 from the Big 12, 1 from the American. So that's 8, 9, 10. Murph, we got 2 spots left. Who do we give the 2 spots to? Do we give it to, and this is in a scenario where the ACC has Duke win over Virginia. But even if Virginia won, Miami's ranked higher than the both of them. So my question comes to you: if there's 6 SEC, 2 Big Ten, 1 Big 12, 1 American, so that gives us our 10 spots. Who takes the final 2?
That is a good question. Honestly, I think we're probably going to be in a situation where we're looking at Miami versus Notre Dame. And we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
You know my thoughts on the matter. I know your thoughts on the matter. It's very easily Miami in that scenario, but I don't really know what else is going to happen. I think it's going to come down to Miami, Notre Dame, regardless of what happens with the ACC championship game, because the ACC championship game is just going to determine whether you get one group of 5 team or you get 2 group of 5 teams. That's really the biggest what if scenario here. So we really don't know what we're going to see. We really have no idea if Notre Dame's going to get in, if Miami's going to get in. We really won't know until we get a little bit closer.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really comes down to the final 2 spots here. And those final 2 spots that we have, Murph, leave us in a world of, do you want to let in an ACC school? And if you let in an ACC school, if you let in Miami, then this is the question that becomes. So if you let in Miami from the ACC and you say they got 2 losses, but they got a win over Notre Dame, so then the last question becomes, well, you also look at it like this. You still got to have one more conference champion because you have 5. So in this scenario, that would mean that if Duke beats Virginia and you let in Miami, which I'm sure that's what Miami's hoping for, then that means that you would let in the Sun Belt for James Madison because they're the next highest ranked conference champion, and that's it. So the question becomes, let's look at these teams, okay? Miami, Notre Dame, Oregon, and for argument's sake of what we've been doing here, Texas. Okay, these are really the players that we're looking at if we're trying to figure out what could happen here for the final spots. These are the schools that are really the ones that are left on the list, okay? If our conference champions, just to let y'all know here, so if the conference champions, okay, conference champs here in the corner, if the conference champions are Alabama for the SEC, and then we have Texas Tech for the Big 12, Ohio State or Indiana, I don't think it matters, for the Big 10. And so those are your 3. Then we have, let's say, Tulane for the American. We have James Madison for the Sun Belt. And we have Duke for the ACC. Okay? So you got to look at your conference champions here. You're going to take the SEC. You're going to take the Big 12. You're going to take the Big 10. You're going to take the American, I would imagine, over the Sun Belt. So those are 4. You're going to take James Madison over Duke. That's 5. So if this happens, Murph, and the ACC currently doesn't have anybody in, you got your Big 10, Big 12, SEC, American, and Sun Belt are your 5 highest ranked conference champions. Those are your 5 auto bids. You got 7 spots left. Okay, so we're already saying that of those 7 spots left, 4 of them are going to the SEC. of the 7 spots left in this scenario. So now you have 5 set, you have 7 spots left, 4 go to the SEC. For argument's sake, those 4 are Georgia, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma, which leaves you with 3 spots and 4 teams. You tell me the 3 that get in and the 1 that's out. Miami, Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas.
I think you got to leave out Texas. I hate to say it, but I think you have to leave Texas out. It's one of those things where you got to value the fact that Oregon's still a very good team in the Big Ten. They're probably in. We've been forgetting about them this entire time. I kind of mumbled under my breath.
Yeah, I didn't forget it. I didn't forget about them.
I was like, I totally forgot about them.
I did not forget about Oregon. They were always on my mind to have a conversation about, because I feel like they're going to get them in. But I wanted to have the conversation of, can we argue Oregon in over any of the other players, which in this case are Miami, Notre Dame, and Texas?
I think the answer is yes. Like, I would still put them in. I'd probably still put them in over all 3. Maybe Miami's got a better case than them, but that's probably the closest one for me.
Yeah.
But I think Oregon's in no matter what. I think Miami's in no matter what. And then it's between Notre Dame and Texas. And you know how the committee feels about Notre Dame, so I think it would be Notre Dame.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we're looking at this, I'm picking Miami over Notre Dame because they beat them head-to-head. So I'm saying Miami's in. And then when you look at Oregon versus the other 2, you look at Oregon, you say, okay, they're 11-1. Okay? But keep in mind, folks, when you have this well, Dan, this is an easy. No, it's not. Because if this was 11-1 North Texas, you'd be picking everybody but them. So I'm just going to call out that you should treat teams the same. If your argument is an undefeated team should get in no matter what, did you make that argument for Coastal Carolina? Did you make that argument for UCF? Did you make that argument for a Memphis team? Did you make that argument for Cincinnati? I made the arguments, but did you make the arguments? For the 1 loss, same thing. Now, Oregon's only loss is to Indiana. Now, the committee may look at the Penn State win and say Drew Aller was still playing, James Franklin was still the coach. So they could still give credit to Oregon for beating the number 3 team in the country when clearly, as I told you at the beginning of the season, Penn State was not a top 10 team. But keep in mind, Oregon beat Iowa. Oregon beat USC, which I don't think that's as good of a win as people say it is. But Oregon, people will look at this and say they beat 3 teams or 4 teams, or they beat 3 teams in the top 20, Dan. They beat 3 teams in the top 20. And if Indiana ends up winning the Big Ten championship, well, the only team they lost to is the Big Ten champion. Okay? So I think it bodes better for Indiana, or better for Oregon, if Indiana wins the Big Ten championship. But what I would caution people on is it's not about where they were ranked when you played them. It's about who they became. Because ranking sometimes, as we've discussed on this show at very long length, are smoke and mirrors. Iowa's no longer ranked. USC should not be ranked. And Penn State isn't ranked. So in that case, Oregon's top 25 win may not exist. And their only loss of the season is to Indiana. And you look at their wins and you say you beat Montana State, not a big deal. Beat Oklahoma State, wasn't good. Beat Northwestern, middle of the road. Beat Oregon State, wasn't good. Beat Rutgers, wasn't good. Beat Wisconsin, wasn't good. Beat Minnesota, not great. 5-4 in the Big Ten and 7-5. And you beat Washington, who 5-4, 8-4. Okay, not ranked, but not a bad win. So if I give you Washington as a quad 2,
Decent.
yeah, if I give you Washington a quad 2, if I give you USC a quad 2, if I give you Iowa a quad 2, you have no quad 1 wins. If you've beaten Indiana, well, then you'd be playing for the Big Ten championship. So the question becomes now Oregon and Notre Dame. Oregon has 1 loss. Notre Dame has 2. Notre Dame beat Pitt, who ranking-wise was not as high as USC. Whether or not I agree with that, College Football Playoff will look at it and say, where were they in our rankings? Notre Dame beat USC, Oregon beat USC. So let's look at common opponent when we look at USC, and let's take a look at the Trojans and how this went about. So they lost to Notre Dame by 10. They lost to Oregon by 15. So now I take Oregon. I say, common opponent, Oregon has 1 less loss than Notre Dame, and y'all both played USC. Oregon beat them by more. I know that every time I say something that makes logical sense, there's seething people that are probably posting on my social media. And what I would say to those people is, most of your comments I don't read. I appreciate you connecting to the show. I don't put them out to fight with you. I'm not a shock jock. It's not why I do this. If you look at my track record, I like Notre Dame. I even put a disclaimer out about how I respect Notre Dame. I appreciate Notre Dame. I'm a fan of Marcus Freeman. I love the work that they've done. Riley Leonard is a friend who obviously was with them last year. I don't have any bad things to say about Notre Dame. I'm just talking to you from a national point of view. I'm not a Miami fan and I'm not a Notre Dame fan. I'm a fan of doing right by college football. And just because you have a lot of money and a lot of boosters and a very recognizable logo, that does if that's what gets you into the college football playoff, we shouldn't even play. We should save the bodies of these players and we should just play the college football playoff and no games the whole season. We shouldn't play in August, September, October, or November. We should only play in December if we're going by those rules. So I don't know why I have to do a disclaimer. I don't think I should have to. But in today's world, because people just want to fight, I think it's very important for y'all to know that the conversation about Indiana is valid because of the very crappy schedule they played. And the conversation about Notre Dame is valid because you're fighting as if Notre Dame beat Miami, as if Notre Dame beat Texas A&M. I'm going to be real simple with y'all. If Notre Dame won one of those games, they're in. If they won one of those games, we're looking at 11-1 or 12-0 Notre Dame, I'm touting them as one of the top 5-6 teams in the country. But they didn't do that. So stop acting like they did. I've never seen a fan base fight more for losses than they do for wins. Somebody wrote to me yesterday that they beat Syracuse by 63, and that should count for something. Because Miami didn't beat them by as much. Maybe Miami went easy on them. Where Marcus Freeman said, no, pour it on, baby. I don't know. I can't get in the minds of Mario Cristobal or Marcus Freeman. But they both beat a bad team. And a win over a bad team doesn't mean anything to me. So let's look at Texas.
You should win that game.
Right. Let's look at Texas and let's look at Notre Dame. I got one spot left. Okay? Notre Dame has 2 losses. Texas has 3. Texas beat a common opponent. They beat Texas A&M. Notre Dame lost to Texas A&M. Yeah, damn, but it was only by 1. I don't care if it was by 1 or 80. They lost. They lost. I don't know what world people live in where everybody gets a trophy. Maybe that's the people that are fighting, Murph.
It's the participation trophy
right.
world.
Maybe that's why I've gotten comments that I can't even logically, rationally, or justifiably even respond to because it makes your brain hurt. But Texas has a loss to Florida, right? Notre Dame has a loss to Miami, and they have a loss to Texas A&M. So I will agree with Notre Dame fans that Texas has a worse loss, but they have a common opponent win. And if I'm the committee and I'm sitting down and I'm looking at everything, I'm saying, I don't know if Notre Dame could beat Vanderbilt, but I know Texas did. I don't know if Notre Dame could beat Oklahoma, but I know Texas did. I know Texas can beat Texas A&M, and Notre Dame couldn't. So in this scenario, I got to take Texas because their body of work is better. And I'm not going to fault Texas for playing in a difficult conference. When Notre Dame doesn't play in a conference, they get to make their schedule every year. And Notre Dame, let's be real, they schedule Stanford to beat them. They schedule the military academies to beat them. They don't test themselves that much outside of what they've done these last few years, which is those first couple games. But Miami wasn't good 5 years ago, so that wouldn't have mattered. Texas A&M wasn't good. Remember Texas A&M? You know, they had moments under Jimbo Fisher. Then he got let go. Mike Elko's been good, but Texas A&M wasn't great. So if we're going to be real about everything, Notre Dame schedules historic teams that are not that good right now. And if you're scheduling not good teams, why am I supposed to promote you for that? We talk about you can't let the American in, their conference isn't good enough. You can't let the Sun Belt in, the conference isn't good enough. You can't let the Mountain West in, the conference isn't good enough. Well, if the argument is you got to be in a good conference, Notre Dame isn't in one. Notre Dame has special treatment in every ounce of college football. And should that special treatment negate the work of Texas? I say no. And I agree with Steve Sarkisian, who made a statement. And his statement that he made after the game, and I'm paraphrasing, the statement that he made after the game when they beat Texas A&M, I agree with Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of Texas, when he spoke right after the game on the field in the win over Texas A&M, and he said, if it's not about who you play and it's not about non-conference and having a difficult schedule, then we could have added a cupcake, been 10-2, and there's no conversation about us. But because we decided to test ourselves, because we played the best team in the country and outgained them in yards in that game and lost that game, we're going to be punished for that. Keep in mind, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois and got in the college football playoff. So how can you sit here and say that Texas's loss to Ohio State, which gave them 3, that should be the determinant? And what do Notre Dame fans tell me all the time? The beginning of the season doesn't mean anything. What do some of the talking heads on the TV stations or radio stations say? You can't fault Notre Dame for going 0-2 because since then they've won 10 in a row. So we're not faulting Notre Dame for an early season loss, but we're faulting Texas. We're not faulting Notre Dame for not being in a conference, but we're faulting Texas for being in the toughest conference in the country. We're not faulting Notre Dame for losing to a team that Texas beat. So what we're essentially saying is Notre Dame's getting in no matter what because they make us a lot of money, there's a lot of pageantry, there's a lot of history, and we know that Notre Dame on television is like the Yankees or the Cowboys. Well, I'm sorry. Does Major League Baseball let the Yankees into the postseason because they like them? Do the Dallas Cowboys make it to the Super Bowl every year because they sell tickets? I understand the recognizable logos. I'm not blind to the world of sports. But are we doing things to have recognizable logos? Or are we doing things to have the best teams that should be in that have earned the right to be there? And Texas plays in the SEC, and they decided that outside of joining the SEC last season, they were going to kick their own ass and make themselves play the national champion from last year. So Ohio State's going to replay the semifinal game of the college football playoff last year that I was at in the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. plus they're going to play Georgia, plus they're going to play Vanderbilt, plus they're going to play Oklahoma and the rest of their SEC schedule, and Texas A&M. Do you realize that Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama, arguably, you can fight amongst them, had the toughest schedule of 136 FBS schools in the entire country, and they're all in the same friggin' conference. So, again, why are we talking about Notre Dame is good enough because they almost won? Or if Notre Dame had a second crack at, they would. What if Texas had another crack at somebody? What if Texas had another crack at Georgia? What if Texas had another crack at Ohio State? What if? You want to let Notre Dame in based on what if, based on not being in a conference, based on they haven't lost a game since their first two, based on you can't fault them because they had a new quarterback. So did Texas. Well, you can't fault a new quarterback early in the season. Well, then why would you fault Arch Manning? If Texas loses 14-7 to Ohio State, why are we sitting here talking about, well, Notre Dame almost beat Texas A&M. They lost by 1. And they almost beat Miami. They lost by 3. Okay, well, Texas almost beat Ohio State. So, body of work, Texas has wins over top 12 teams in the country. Notre Dame has 0 of those. So if Texas has 3 and Notre Dame has none, we simply let Notre Dame in because of their name and they have 1 less loss? Well, then I agree with Steve Sarkisian. He should play a shit schedule so that he can get in like Notre Dame every year. If it's up to Notre Dame and Texas, I'm taking Texas because Texas has 3 things Notre Dame doesn't have, which is 3 top 10 wins or top 12 wins. They have 3. Notre Dame has 0. How do you let a team in with no conference championship, multiple losses, and 0 wins against the top 10? That's my question. What are your thoughts, Murph? As Murph's getting into his house right now. So, what are your thoughts?
Apologies there. I actually just walked in the door of my house. So
you're good.
If you give me about 30 seconds, I'll be upstairs and I'll switch to the
So Murph's
the computer. But
Murph will respond after this fast break on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports meets life.
Here's a message from Renee from Bryan's Landing, located on 6523 East Seneca Turnpike in Jamesville, New York. Open Tuesdays and Wednesdays for dinner, Thursday through Saturday for lunch and dinner, and Sundays for brunch.
It's a lot like the way that my mom and dad ran their restaurant. We have put in place a lot of people that are family to us, very similar to how my dad hired people that were family to him. And then the tradition I'm carrying on is a lot of the items that are on our menu are my dad's. And he taught our chefs how to recreate his dishes. So I think that Tommy McInerney, who our executive chef is, to him it is an art. And I think that when he does create a dish, it's not just about making the food taste delicious, which is definitely our priority, but it's an art to him, and it's almost like his canvas on a plate where he just wants the colors to look great, and people love it because he takes pride in that. And Brian and I appreciate that. We want it to obviously look good and taste good. I will tell you, when we opened up, it was 6 weeks before COVID. And what was amazing was the community, our friends and family stepped up, and everybody did takeout. Everybody supported us. Our hearts were just so filled. So to Brian and I, obviously our friends come all the time, and we just have repeat customers in Jamesville, and I think people going to our previous restaurant in Green Lakes are making the trip to come to Bryan's Landing to support us. And I mean, I think we have great food and a great atmosphere. So it's very, very important to us.
Head to Bryan's Landing, located on 6523 East Seneca Turnpike in Jamesville, New York, where memories have become recipes that are now meals to share with you. Tuesdays and Wednesdays for dinner, Thursday through Saturday for lunch and dinner, and on Sundays for brunch. And be sure to come out for live music Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Life gets busy, and sometimes that means us running around. So Canine Camp Dog Daycare offers you an opportunity to give your dog a place to stay while you take care of what you need to throughout the day. Canine Camp Dog Daycare is located on 228 Old Bridge Street in East Syracuse, New York. You can see it from the highway, and it's just off of Erie Boulevard across from BJ's Wholesale Club. Call 315-437-7110. That's 315-437-7110 to schedule an appointment to bring your dog in and tour the facility. Appointments are Monday through Thursday after 6:30, where you and your dog can see everything that Canine Camp Dog Daycare has to offer, including a self-serve dog wash and a retail store filled with all of your dog's wants and needs, including food, treats, harnesses, leashes, and more, making Canine Camp Dog Daycare your one-stop shop for your furry loving friend. Right, Lily?
And Murph is here with us inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Murph, you heard my thoughts of Texas versus Notre Dame. Your reaction?
Yeah, and I apologize. I was in the middle of trying to text you as I was walking in the house to say, like, take a break for a second so I can go upstairs and get set up in here. But yeah, it's a great point. I think that Texas A&M game for both teams definitely should weigh a lot on the committee. I think the biggest issue is going to come down to the amount of losses. I mean, you mentioned that basically Notre Dame with 0 or 1 losses are basically going to be in no matter what. But at the same time, 2 losses, we haven't really seen that so far. And the whole Northern Illinois thing last year, that was their only loss. So, that being said, I guess theoretically, yeah, if that's your only loss, as bad a loss as that is, it's still only 1 loss. I think the amount of I do truly believe that the amount of losses and the Florida loss for Texas is going to play a major role in the committee's decision. I think the committee will pick Notre Dame. I don't think they should pick Notre Dame. I would put Texas in because I think Texas would beat Notre Dame head to head right now. But you're right. I mean, Sarkisian basically said it. Like, if we're going to get punished for the Ohio State game, why would we even play this game?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we just schedule a cupcake? Why wouldn't you schedule Eastern Michigan or something like that, where you're going to beat them by 40? I don't want to hear from Notre Dame fans about beating Syracuse 70-0 or whatever it ended up being. I honestly don't remember what the score of that game was. It was a lot to a little, or it was a lot to nothing, I think. It really doesn't matter. Beating a bad team by a lot means absolutely nothing. You beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Theoretically, Notre Dame did that. Texas did not. If we're going off of that theory, that would mean Notre Dame would get in. Because Notre Dame took care of business against the teams you're supposed to beat. They lost by a combined 4 points to 2 very good teams who will, I think, in our case, both be in the college football playoff. Texas will have lost also to 2 teams who are in the college football playoff, but also to a team that wouldn't sniff the college football playoff from 3 miles away. I do think it's going to come down to that Florida game. I really do.
Yeah.
So to me, the committee's going to leave them out. I think if Bama loses to Georgia, there's more of an argument. But it's really hard for me to justify Texas as much as I want to put them in there because, excuse me, I firmly believe they are one of the 12 best teams.
Yeah.
I think they're one of the 10 best teams, realistically. They will probably... My guess is they will be ranked somewhere around 11 or 12. Obviously, Tulane or North Texas and James Madison will be probably in the high teens or low 20s, but they'll be the 11 and 12 seed. I don't know what they're going to do with Texas. I really don't. It's going to be an interesting thing to see what they decide, and we'll have, we got a week before we find out. Again, I think a lot is going to come down to what the committee does tomorrow, where they rank these teams after the regular season is over.
Yeah.
It's because we're going to know tomorrow night basically where their heads are at.
Right.
If they don't flip-flop Notre Dame Miami, they are going to put Notre Dame in over Miami. I can promise you that. If they move Ole Miss down to like 12 or 13 because of losing Lane Kiffin, they are probably not going to put them in.
Yeah.
So we will know reasonably what their plan is tomorrow night. And I'm really interested to see what the plan is. I'm really interested to see how it transpires. And ultimately, I'm really interested to see who plays. Because there's going to be a good team or two that gets left out.
Yeah.
And, obviously this is, well, not really. The Duke thing makes really no difference. The Duke thing only makes a difference in James Madison versus the winner of the American.
Yeah.
Which we've basically agreed on this, that the American's just flat out a better conference because the Sun Belt plays nobody, and the team that James Madison did play in Louisville beat them. Pretty sure they beat them pretty handily, right?
It's James Madison versus Louisville.
Yeah. Now that I'm actually home, I can check.
Yeah, James Madison, if you go back and you look at their schedule, and they're in the Sun Belt, folks, which still has divisions. James Madison went 8-0 in the Sun Belt, 11-1. They lost to Louisville by 28-14 on the road at Louisville. Their other non-conference games were Weber State, that they won 45-10, Liberty 31-13. Yeah. And Washington State 24-20.
Oh my God. Washington State,
So
I'll
the fact
somewhat give you.
but the
they're
fact
not
that
a good team, but it's a better.
But you
team
look at it,
than
Murph,
your
like
conference.
the fact that the AP and the Coaches Poll has James Madison over North Texas, Tulane, and Navy is beyond me, because all three of those teams have beaten a ranked team this year.
Yeah, I mean, Navy is now ranked, so North Texas' win over Navy definitely should give them some merit. They also played Washington State and blew them out. I mean, James Madison beat them pretty handily, but North Texas blew out Washington State. I think the thing that's going to kill North Texas is the blowout loss at home to South Florida. That's South Florida's ranked. They're a solid team this year. That loss isn't pretty. If you lose that game by one score, it's not a big deal, but you lost that game by 27 points. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
So to me, I think it's going to be Tulane that eventually comes out of this victorious. They're currently ranked at 21 in the AP poll. Excuse me. So we'll have to wait and see what the committee ends up deciding with them, where they rank them.
Yeah.
Because they were 24 last week. But if you wanna paint a picture, Tulane beat a team that's playing in the ACC championship game.
Yeah, and Duke.
But yeah. Sure, they got spanked by Ole Miss. That's Ole Miss.
Don't matter.
None of us, we're not sitting here and saying that Tulane's going to win the national championship, because they're not. I would bet my entire life savings that they're not winning the national championship. They're probably not even going to win a game in the playoff. But, as we talked about before, they have earned the chance to get that butt whooping. So to me, they need to be in if they win the American. If they lose the American, obviously they'll be out. It'll be North Texas. They're not getting in that large bid. but they will definitely be getting consideration, and they should be ranked over James Madison should they win the American this week. And are they hosting, or is North Texas hosting? They are hosting.
Tulane's hosting.
That's it. People don't remember. People forget that the American does that. That the better record team in conference hosts the game. I personally think that's stupid, but it's a massive advantage for the team that's hosting that game. I don't like in college football in championship games. I don't like home site. I think every conference needs to be in a neutral site.
Yeah.
I don't know what that neutral site is. I mean, what's a good place? Where's a good place in the American that you could have it? Like, obviously, the Big Ten has it at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Well, I mean,
listen, the SEC plays it at Mercedes-Benz.
The home of the American is Irving, Texas. So what would make
AT&T
most sense?
Stadium has the Big 12, right?
So what would make the most sense?
Go to Houston.
Is to be in Texas and to have Texas be their spot.
Play in Houston, NRG Stadium, or whatever it's called now, the Texan Stadium. I think that's reasonable. I mean, I don't really know where else you would put it. I think that location would make sense.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's ultimately going to come down to I think it's going to come down to Notre Dame, Miami, and Texas for that last spot. And even looking at the AP poll, and what they did, they still have Ole Miss at 6. I'm not surprised at that.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's still 9, Miami's still 12. I think BYU isn't that good. Big 12's only going to get 1. Big 12's only going to get 1. ACC only chance of getting 2 is if Virginia wins that game. Vandy, I'm sorry, great year, but you're going to get left out. I mean, we both agree it's Miami should be in and over Notre Dame, so it's going to come down to Notre Dame and Texas in that scenario.
Yeah.
Or Miami and Texas.
And the thing that's crazy too, though, is like if Oregon didn't have one loss, we're really like the country is really promoting Oregon high when Oregon has not challenged themselves as much as other teams.
Fair.
And that's a tough part because Texas is not going to jump the pool of 3 losses to 1 loss Oregon, but I'm more impressed by Texas than I am of Oregon at this point as far as who they've challenged themselves with. I think Oregon's a good team. I think Notre Dame's a good team. But the conversation is
they're all good teams.
Right. The conversation is not who's a good team. Like, and this is what I said to people. I think Notre Dame can win if they get in. I think they can win in the field if they get in. I think if Notre Dame plays Indiana again, they could beat this year's Indiana. They beat last year's Indiana, and they're 2 different teams. But here's the thing. I think
Indiana can beat them.
It's not about who can get in. Or, pardon me. It's not about who can win once you're in. It's about who deserves a seat, who has earned the right to a seat at the table. And so when people say, well, Dan, if you don't think Notre Dame can get in, or you don't think Indiana's this, or you don't think this, or you don't think that, that's what you think we suck? No. How do you go from, I don't think you should be here, or this seed, or even in, to you can't win? I think Notre Dame can win if they get in, but I've also argued that Ohio State, if that game last year was played in Tennessee and not in Ohio State in the 8-9 matchup, Ohio State maybe doesn't make it out of Tennessee. So there's the reality of, number one, you have to decide who should have a seat at the table. Then it comes down to seeding. And when it comes down to seeding, you got to think about it. If I'm a top 4 seed, it's not just, well, I don't have to play in the first round. This is great. You got to look at where you got placed. Who do you have the next round? If I'm Georgia and I win the SEC, but I got to play Alabama a 3rd time and it's in the quarterfinal, okay? It's hard to beat a team twice, let alone 3 times. What if I'm Georgia and I got to play Ole Miss in my first game? What if I'm Georgia and I got to show that I can blow out Texas again? So, I mean, when you're looking at what if you're Indiana and you get Georgia as your first game? So Alabama wins, and then Indiana has to play Georgia after Georgia beats whoever. So it's not just about who's good. It's about where do you get in, where do you get seated, what is going to be your path. Because you're also going to see from the committee who they like, arguably. If they give Indiana an easy path, or if they give Alabama an easy path, or if they put Notre Dame in, and Notre Dame somehow is in a scenario where like all these juggernauts are going to beat each other, so now they're not going to have to play half of them because they're going to beat on each other. It's not about can you win once you're in. It's about have you earned the right to get in. Because that's what some people say. They say, well, if Notre Dame shouldn't be in over Miami, Dan, then how come Notre Dame won one game or won two games? Well, Indiana shouldn't have been in over Army, but either one of them would have lost that game, arguably. So, I mean, when you look at what we're looking at, you have to, it's not about can you win once you get in. It's about should you be at the table. Because the College Football Playoff Committee has to decide who should be sitting at the table. And once they decide who's sitting at the table, then they have to decide what seat they're sitting in. And what path do they have to the buffet? Mm-hmm. Are they the first to get up? Are they the second to get up? Are they the third to get up? Are they the fourth to get up? And so there's layers to all of this. When you're a fan of a team, you're just seeing this. Your tunnel vision. Oh my God, I got to get in. I got to get in. And if that broadcaster likes me, likes my team, I like them. And if that one doesn't like me, well, we're going to fight. And it's like, bro, stop. Okay? I love Syracuse. That's my hometown team. They stink this year. I'm an impartial broadcaster. Okay? Syracuse losing every game since not having Steve Angeli. Am I surprised? No. I picked BC to beat Syracuse, and BC came in the worst team in the ACC, and now Syracuse is the worst team in the ACC. So when you look at the whole picture and you look at the national picture, it's not about can Notre Dame win a game in the conference or in the college football playoff. It's not a conversation of can Texas win a game in the it's about who should be there. Once you're there, it's about seeding and matchups and location. Seeding, matchups, location. Okay? It bodes well for some. It doesn't bode well for others. What did we see last year in the first round? Every home team won. So we might be talking about all this stuff. Notre Dame gets put on the road, and then what do Notre Dame fans say? Well, if we played that game in South Bend, there's always the what if for people that just can't accept that they lost. And this is a very tough thing to do. This is a very difficult test for the committee. This is an extremely difficult thing for 12 to 13 people to sit in a room every single year and have to decide this. And somebody's going to hate you. Somebody's going to love you. Somebody's going to question you. It's not an easy decision to make. Do you know how long I do end of the year ACC voting, Murph? I had to vote for 3 ACC quarterbacks. I had to vote for 6 running backs, 9 wide receivers, 3 tight ends. I had to vote for 6 offensive tackles, 6 offensive guards, 3 centers, 6 defensive ends, 6 defensive tackles, 9 linebackers.
That's got to be so hard.
6 safeties, 6 cornerbacks, 3 kickers, 3 punters, 3 specialists. I had to vote for the player of the year on offense, player of the year on defense, overall player of the year, rookie of the year on offense, rookie of the year on defense, overall rookie of the year, and coach of the year. Do you know how difficult that is to go through 17 schools and at the end of it all, voting for what, 50, 60 people? Do you know how much research I did? I did not make a single decision if I didn't find research that I could use to make that decision. Do you know how long that took me? I think I took an hour and a half to vote through that entire process. So when people come at you and they easily are just flipping out because it's my team and it's my team and it's my... or they're going 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's like, folks, number one, what's in the past is in the past. We're talking about right now. And in the right now, in this moment, this is a really friggin' difficult decision to make. Because do you fault Texas for losing to Florida at this point in the season when you look at everything they've done after that? Just like you don't want to fault Notre Dame for losing the first two. So it's like if you make an argument for one, you got to make it for both. Well, Notre Dame lost early. That's okay. Okay, well, Texas lost earlier, so that's okay. Well, this team only has 2 losses. Okay, well, this team only has 1 loss. So, it's well, this team's in a conference. Well, this team's not in a conference. Well, this team is an SEC team with 3 losses better than a team that's in the ACC with 1 loss? I mean, there's all of these scenarios that you have to work through and you have to break down. And what I think people don't understand is, number one, if you personally attack anybody, me, each other, you're garbage in that scenario. I throw you in the trash because that's it. As soon as I see somebody call somebody a name, you're out. Okay? Because I'm going to play kindergarten. I play kindergarten. You call somebody a name, you swear at somebody, you yell at somebody, you attack somebody personally, you're out. Beyond that, I have to break things down nationally. I'm not a Miami fan. I'm not a Notre Dame fan. I'm not an Oregon fan. I'm not a Texas fan. So when I'm looking at this, I'm impartially looking at 4 schools that have made a difficult decision. And no matter what happens, Texas is going to have to go to the best bowl game that's not in the college football playoff. Or Notre Dame's going to have to go to the best bowl game that's not in the college football playoff. Or Miami's going to have to go to the best bowl game that's not in the college football playoff.
Who even knows what that is anymore?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. If anything, the committee's going to have to look at this final year of the college football playoff and what we have right now in the current system, and they're going to have to, after this year, go to 14 or go to 16, or in the case of Rhett Lashley, that he sold me on and Randy Etzel sold me on separately, is to go to 24. And when people say that's asinine, look at the FCS. So, I mean, the reality of
How many is it 24 in the FCS?
I believe the FCS, I think, I'll tell you right now. So the FCS number of teams I thought
they were 16.
Let's see here. Their bracket. No, 24. They're 24.
Why can't...
So, yeah, they're 24.
Guys, 10-game regular season, conference championship, 24-team playoff. 12 what would that be? 8 teams get a bye? Right?
So, I'm looking at their system right now. So, yeah, 8 teams get a bye.
What's wrong with that? And the best team always comes out on top in the FCS, which more often than not is North Dakota State, but Yeah. But why can't that work? If you shorten the regular season, yes, you are going to limit your conference games.
Yeah.
Maybe do 8 and 2. 8 conference, 2 non-conference. They're probably all going to end up scheduling cupcakes, but it almost doesn't matter because you could have 3 losses and still have a very easy opportunity to make the playoff. That would also give you a chance to put in teams from the American, teams from the Sun Belt, teams from the MAC, teams from the Mountain West, whatever that ends up being, the new Pac-12.
Yeah.
Whatever that ends up being. And you almost don't even have to have, well, how many conferences do we have? 10?
So, yes, because the Pac is going to have the majority of the Mountain West for next year.
Okay, so we have 10 conferences. You win your conference, you're in. Every conference.
Yeah.
MAC, Sun Belt, Mountain West, everybody. You win your conference, you're in. Maybe not, I don't care about seeding. Like, I'm not giving you an automatic bid just for winning your conference. So you win your conference, you're in.
Yeah.
Then you got 14 at-large teams. Now, would a majority of those go to the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12? Yeah, probably. But if you just do it that way, you can take you might get 2 teams from the American. If you had 24 teams in the playoff this year,
yeah,
if we just take the top 24 from the AP poll, theoretically, Missouri is out. Well, then again, I'm not including those conference champions. So here, hang on. So let's just say we got our conference champions, right? Where's our schedule? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Technically, there's only 9 right now because of the Pac-12, but that's fine. So, Conference USA, you got Kennesaw State and Jackson State.
Yeah.
Figure Kennesaw State wins that one. Sure. There's 1. James Madison, 2. I'm gonna stick with it. Tulane, 3. Just because of the Smurf turf, let's say Boise State wins the Mountain West. That's 4. BYU or Texas Tech in the Big 12. That's 5. Miami of Ohio in the MAC. Let's say that's 6. Georgia, or Alabama, that's 7. Indiana, that's 8. Duke, that's 9. That's your 9 auto bids.
Yeah.
Right? For this year. You would then have to choose from another 15 teams. In that scenario, Ohio State, Georgia, Oregon, BYU, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Miami, Vanderbilt, Texas, Utah, if we're saying Virginia's going to lose, I might leave them out. I'd throw Navy in there. I'd throw North Texas in there. And then I guess pick your poison between the 3-loss Virginia, USC, Michigan, Arizona. Let's just say USC because they beat Michigan head-to-head.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? Seriously, folks, you want to find out who the best team in college football is.
Yeah.
The more teams you have in there, the more likely you are to find that team. If you win your conference you're in, look at college basketball. Look at how much fun March Madness is with 68 teams. Quite frankly, I think it should still be 64, but I'm not a huge fan of the play-in games, but you win your conference and then you have to play in a play-in game, it makes no sense. We've had that conversation before. Give me something like that. We're not taking 64 teams. We know that.
Yeah.
Because teams like, Western Michigan are going to get their doors blown off by whoever the ones, I'm assuming it's Ohio State. They'd lose by 40 or 50. You obviously don't want those games. And you still see them in March Madness. We've only ever seen 2 16 seeds beat a 1 seed. Twice in how many years has it been? 64? 40 years?
So
30 years, 40 years?
Yeah, we've seen, I think it was, back to I don't know if it's been that long, but 2 16 seeds.
2 16 seeds, maybe half a dozen 15 seeds. Obviously the most famous one everybody remembers is Lehigh over Duke. That one's close to home for me, being only less than an hour from Lehigh University and knowing quite a few people that have gone to or currently go to school there.
Yeah.
So that one's kind of cool. But give me 24 teams. We would not have this debate between Texas and Notre Dame or Miami and Notre Dame, because it wouldn't matter. If Miami gets ranked as if you do 2 sides of a bracket, if Miami's a 5 and Notre Dame's a 4, it's not it is what it is. It'll play itself out on the field. I just don't think they want to play as many games. But FCS, how many regular season games does FCS play? 10?
The FCS, I'll tell you right now. So the FCS regular season I have some notes coming in here on Syracuse football coaches that may be fired. So if you see me doing two things at once in the studio here, just put out a message that according to my sources, I have 4 Syracuse coaches that may be fired following the 2015 season. Offensive line coach Dale Williams, co-defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Robert Wright, defensive backs coach Joe Schaefer, and special teams coordinator Ricky Brumfield, who has only been the special teams coordinator for this past season. Dale Williams has been with Fran Brown for the last for his 2 seasons there. So has Schaefer, and so has Wright. So this would be Fran Brown firing 3 coaches that he's had the whole time at Syracuse and 1 coach he brought in for this past season, just to let you all know. So the FCS plays 12 games. Well,
do they really?
Well, so one of them played 11, but yeah, they play, I don't know, how did they get away with playing 11 games? But yeah, so they play 12. By the way, for those of you that don't know, in the FCS, there is the Big Sky, the CAA, which is the Coastal Athletic Association. There's 2 independents in the FCS, Sacred Heart and Merrimack, who were in the NEC. Then you have the Ivy League, you have the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, the MEAC, you have the Missouri Valley Football Conference, the Northeast Conference, which is where Sacred Heart and Merrimack were. You have the OVC and Big South Association. They combine to help each other, the Ohio Valley and the Big South. And then there's the Patriot League, which seems to be good here, but they're down some teams. Then you have the Pioneer Football League, the Southern Conference, the Southland Conference, the SWAC, which is the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and the United Athletic Conference is what we have here, which I've had the Pioneer Football League and the Missouri Valley Football Conference on the show.
What does Division 2 do? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Division 2?
8, 9, 10, 11,
Division 2
12,
plays 12 games.
13, 14, 15, 16.
Well, wait.
Division 2 is
they've
weird. Got 32 teams.
Yeah, so
Division 2.
Division 2 is weird because Division 2 has teams that play 10 games, 11 games, and 12 games. And
Kutztown's 12-0, by the way.
And you can play different. You can play within the same conference and have a different amount of games. Now, Division 3 also, same conference. You can play 11 games, 12 games, or 10 games, which is so weird how that works out. I'm looking at the Empire 8, which is Cortland and Utica for Cortica. Love Cortica. That happens every year. They're the top 2 teams in their division, by the way. But in Division 2...
Division 2 is 32.
I want to go to the Northeast 10 to take a look at what they do. They play 10 or 11 games, which is crazy. So yeah, so you can play different amounts. Could you imagine if the FBS did that, where some teams played 10 games, 11 games, 12 games, but they didn't all have to play the same amount of games? Then that would screw this thing up even more.
Yep, absolutely it would. But like, can we just follow the Division 2 or the FBS or FCS model, please? Everyone would be a lot happier. We also have this issue of these teams not playing for a month. I think it's better that they actually play.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah.
It's we're never going to understand.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is absolutely nuts to look at the difference that we have in all this. And like I said, also looking at the fact that Syracuse may be letting go of 4 coaches following their season. And I know that fans are going to be responding to this and asking me, what about the offensive coordinator? What about the defensive coordinator? And because the offense couldn't move the ball without Steve Angeli, and the defense had some good moments, but really underperformed, even in just sheer and you talk about how at the beginning of the season there's a discussion on why can't they tackle, and at the end of the season there's a discussion on why can't they tackle. And when you have a tackle technique potential issue at the beginning of your year and you have a tackle technique issue at the end of your year, it makes it look like your team didn't grow at all in between. So ugly for Syracuse. I know people are probably going to flip out and say that they would think Syracuse would let go of their offensive and or defensive coordinator, and that letting go of coaches underneath the coordinators aren't going to change anything. They would probably also argue, why would you fire your special teams coordinator but keep the other two coordinators where your special teams was the best of the three? So more questionable moves by Fran Brown if these end up going through. Again, according to my sources, the offensive line coach, the defensive backs coach, the co-D coordinator, and linebackers coach and special teams coordinator may, in fact, be let go by Fran Brown here as we head into the 2026 season. So, Murph, let's go to coaching changes here. We've talked about the college football scenario here and what could happen here with the CFP. We've talked about the regular season finale. Now I'm going to bring up a graphic, and we're going to talk about what this looks like. So here we go, folks. Bang, 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 and all from where? Right there. The American Athletic, which is now the American Conference. They do not want to be called the American Athletic. They do not want to be called the AAC. They want you to simply call them the American. And representing America, they have teams from all over, and their coaches go all over. The first coach to leave, Eric Morris, leaving North Texas, not yet. He will coach them through the American Championship, and if and when they make it to the College Football Playoff, he will stay. After that, he will be going to Oklahoma State of the Big 12. The next chip to fall was John Summerall going to the Florida Gators. He, like Eric Morris, is in the American Championship. He will coach Tulane in the American Championship. If and when Tulane makes it to the College Football Playoff, he will remain with Tulane before he joins officially the Florida Gators. The next one to talk about is the situation in Memphis, where Ryan Silverfield, who took a while to get going, Justin Fuente had success at Memphis and took a job at Virginia Tech in the quote-unquote Power Four of the ACC. Then we saw Mike Norvell have success at Memphis, and he took a job in the quote-unquote Power Four at Florida State. Now we see Ryan Silverfield have success at Memphis, which took a little bit longer than Justin Fuente and Mike Norvell, and now he's going to the quote-unquote Power Four, to the SEC's Arkansas, who decide to hire him over the guy that used to be their head coach that was on staff and was their interim head coach, that being Bobby Petrino. And the other chip to fall is in South Florida, in Tampa, where Alex Golish, that I just spoke with about having a ton of construction happening in South Florida on campus for the first time ever. They're going to have their own on-campus football stadium, and he decides to leave before the construction is done, and he is heading to Auburn to coach the Tigers in the quote-unquote Power Four. So again, like I've asked you before, folks all around the country and the world, if the American ain't that good, if the American doesn't have much to offer, then why is the American the place where the Power Four looks to get their future head coach that they hope can win them a conference and or College Football Playoff National Championship? Eric Morris of the American going from North Texas to Oklahoma State, John Summerall of the American going from Tulane to Florida, Ryan Silverfield of the American going from Memphis to Arkansas, and Alex Golish of the American going from South Florida to Auburn. Murph, your thoughts on yet again the American that, if not every year, every other year, has coaches that are poached from the American 2, the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC, the ACC. In this case, 3 SEC schools and 1 school in the Big 12. Your thoughts?
I think the biggest thing is these coaches want to move up to a more competitive ranking in college football. They know as good as the American is, it's not as competitive as the SEC. It's not as competitive as the Big 12 or the ACC or the Big 10. So these coaches are wanting to move on to better opportunities. Think about Lane Kiffin going from Ole Miss to LSU. LSU's a better job. We know that. LSU's a program with more history. I'd rather coach LSU than Ole Miss. I'm not happy with how that whole situation played out. I'll get to, Florida's coaching hire in a minute, but these guys want to move up, right? Think of guys in Major League Baseball that are stuck in Pittsburgh, that are stuck in Oakland / Sacramento / Las Vegas, that are stuck in Cincinnati, who know their teams won't pay them. So they want to move on to the bigger and better teams. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies, the Padres. Because they know they can go get paid and have a chance to compete for a championship. These guys know that in the American, you are not going to compete for a national championship. You might get to play in the playoff, but you're not winning anything. It's not happening. Going to the SEC or going to the Big 12 is your best shot of winning a national championship. You're going to get more national recognition. You're going to get better players to come in. It's a lot easier to recruit guys to Texas, to Alabama, to Auburn, to Arkansas, Florida, Oklahoma State than it is to recruit to Tulane or North or South Florida or Memphis or North Texas. That's just the way it is. So these guys want to move up. They want to move on to better opportunities. And I think these SEC schools and all these big Power 4 teams are looking at the American because they're seeing them succeed in that conference. So they think maybe in a couple of years they can succeed in the SEC. Has it worked? Not at all. Has not worked one bit. Which brings me to my team's hire in John Summerall for the University of Florida.
Yeah.
Folks, I hate this hire. I absolutely hate this hire. And it's nothing against John Summerall personally. I respect the hell out of him that he wants to, finish what he started at Tulane and, try to go win a conference championship and then go to the playoff. Nothing against him personally. I think our situation and our coaching search was very flawed. You had your mindset, you had your heart set on Lane Kiffin only to be disappointed, and then you had to pivot to not even the best coach in the conference. Not even the second best coach of the conference. You got like your 4th or 5th choice. And after everything that happens, and don't get me wrong, you all know I wanted it to be Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
I think we might have dodged a bullet. I don't know. But how is it that LSU, with everything that happened with Brian Kelly and their athletic director, that situation was a mess? How is it that Lane Kiffin ends up going there instead of coming to Florida? Equal jobs.
Yeah.
Probably you're going to have a better recruiting area with the University of Florida. Florida's a pipeline for college football. I do think that Summerall could succeed there. I hope he can. I'm going to be rooting for him. But Lane Kiffin going to LSU over Florida, to me, tells me that there is something deeply, deeply wrong within this program. And I think it starts at the top with the athletic director. It's been that way for years. I believe only one of his coaching hires, since he's been the athletic director, has won a national championship. And that's basketball. And that was because they put together a very good team and won a lot of games last year. Football has been horrendous since he took over.
Yeah.
The only coach we've had of any merit was Dan Mullen. And he was fired after 4 straight New Year's Six bowl appearances. There was no reason to fire him. We had this conversation years ago.
Yeah.
When he was fired and Billy Napier was hired. Billy Napier was one of the worst coaches I have ever seen in my time as a Florida fan. And that includes a couple of doozies. Like Will Muschamp, guys like that. I would have taken Spurrier back, even though he's like 80. So, to me, this was a very flawed process. I hate the hire. I'm rooting for Summerall. I hope he's going to be great. But this smells like Billy Napier 2.0. Because everything Billy Napier did at the University of Louisiana before coming to Florida,
Yeah.
Summerall did very similar things. They're very similar coaches, except Napier was more offensive-minded. Summerall's a little more defensive-minded. I'm worried. I'm very worried. To be fair, the coach I wanted after Kiffin was Vandy's head coach. You know why? Because he took Vanderbilt, who was a program at the bottom of the SEC, and made them into a national contender. This is Vanderbilt we're talking about. One of the worst programs in the history of the SEC. He made them a national championship contender. They're not going to get to the playoff, which is a shame, but he made them a contender. I didn't want any of the American coaches. If there was anybody I wanted, it was Golish. If you can't beat him, buy him. I mean, Golish beat us.
Which is
Fair
what
and square.
Which is what
That's
what Arkansas
That's who
did.
I would have wanted.
Arkansas, it's if you can't beat them, hire them. Arkansas lost to Memphis 32-31, and then they hired Ryan Silverfield from Memphis.
Yeah. But, I mean, Summerall does have some SEC experience. You know, he was a linebackers coach and defensive coordinator at the University of Kentucky. But it's not real SEC experience. It's not being a head coach in the SEC. I mean, being a defensive coordinator, it helps. He was also the defensive coordinator, ironically, at Tulane way back when, once upon a time. But everything about him, everything about his record and everything screams Billy Napier 2.0. And I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. To me, he gets 3 years.
Well, that's typical.
If you are not, actually, I'd give him 2 years. If by the end of 2027, you are not at least borderline top 25 into the top 25 at the end of that year and recruiting well, I'm going to be calling for his head. Billy Napier's teams got worse and worse and worse every single year. If he is getting better, if Summerall's getting us better year after year, great. I won't say a word, and I'll be happy about it. But if things keep going this way, as they have been, he's in trouble. And we may not even be able to fire him because of the payout they just gave Billy Napier, and they just gave Summerall a big contract. $7.5 million a year over, I think, 5 or 6 years. That's not nothing, folks. I'm sure there's a big buyout in there.
Well,
there's a lot of coaches I would have wanted before John Summerall.
Well, here I am.
A lot. There were multiple in the American that I would have taken over him.
So here's my Go ahead. Now I was going to say, here's my conversation. Do you have another point that you want?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So John Summerall Now, I wasn't a fan of the Billy Napier hire to Florida.
Oh, that was awful.
I was not.
I hated that at the time.
I was not a fan of firing Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen got you to double-digit wins. He got you to the brink of the college football playoff when there was only 4 schools and not 12. And if there were 12 back then he probably would have gotten you in the thing.
And he probably could have gotten you to the national championship too.
So the firing of Dan Mullen to me was a mistake. The Billy Napier thing didn't work out. John Summerall going to Florida. At Troy, he goes 12-2 and 11-2, wins the Cure Bowl in that first season. Then you look at Tulane, where he went 9-5, went to the Gasparilla Bowl and lost, and is 10-2 this year, and has the team in good footing where they are right now, playing in the American Championship. If you look at the American Conference Championship history, and you look at what's happened over these last few years, I do want to give credit where credit is due. And when you look at Tulane and you look at what has happened there, when Willie Fritz left, the conversation was, what can happen to Tulane that finally got on the winning side of things? When he left for Houston and John Summerall came in, there was a concern, an understandable concern. And that concern left us in a place of what is going to happen to Tulane. And Tulane responded by being a contender in the American under John Summerall year in and year out. The American is not an easy conference. The American can argue that they should be over the Big 12. The American is, of course, over the Mountain West. The American is over the MAC. The American has been over the Sun Belt. The American has been over Conference USA. The American Conference has put themselves in a position where their teams have beaten Power 4 schools. Their teams have beaten teams that are out west, that used to be in the Pac and are now in the Big Ten. They have gone and beaten ACC schools, SEC schools. They've challenged themselves. And outside of Cincinnati getting blown out by like an Ohio State, you see the work that they've put in. You see the teams and the caliber they have. And I say this to people all the time. If the American isn't good, if the American is chump change, if the American is nowhere near the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC, and the ACC, then why do those conferences keep coming after the American for their players, for their coaches, and for their institutions? Cincinnati did well, went to the college football playoff, the first school inside of any conference not named the Big 10, the Big 12, the Pac-12, the SEC, or the ACC. And after that, the Big 12 takes them. UCF should have played for a national championship in a year where they beat Auburn and Auburn beat Georgia and Georgia and Alabama played for the championship, and UCF, beat Auburn in a bowl game that year, and UCF went undefeated, won the bowl game, lost their coaching staff, went undefeated again in the regular season, and lost their bowl game by one possession on the other side of the country to LSU when they were playing a backup quarterback. And so they went 25-0 in that span. I don't know any team at any level of any sport in America that can lose a coaching staff, get a whole new coaching staff, and go undefeated again. And they got no credit for that. And they got poached by who? The Big 12. Then you look at Houston, who won the first American championship. And they were starting to get good again after having a lull. And they got poached by the Big 12. So when we're assessing the situation of the American Conference, we have to look at what has happened. Their coaches, year in and year out, are stolen from the American to go to the Big Ten, the Big 12, the SEC, the ACC. Oh, and I forgot to mention Big Ten with Luke Fickell going to Wisconsin. So these things happen all the time. The players before the transfer portal and now with the transfer portal, they happen. And the institutions happen. So I want to preface all of this by stating a very simple fact, whether people want to believe it or not. If the American is trash, then why does the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10, and the ACC keep picking up trash, putting it on their kitchen table, and eating it and selling it to other people? So if they were trash, why did then essentially the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and the ACC are trash pickers, dumpster divers? So who wants to call the SEC, the ACC, the Big 10, and the Big 12 dumpster divers? But if you're going to call the American trash, these are your dumpster divers. And when you look at what they've done and who they've taken, if we go to John Summerall specifically, and we look at his history with Tulane, they're 10-2 and they're playing for an American championship this year. Last year, under John Summerall in 2024, they went all the way to the end and they played for an American championship against Army. If you look at the year before that, they went and they played against SMU for an American championship in early December. So you look at the records of John Summerall and you say, when you look at him and what he's done, he has not just taken over a team that was good, that had won with Willie Fritz, that Willie Fritz took out of the basement of the American, but he continued to win with that team. Or pardon me, only 2 years, not 2023. I gave him that year. My apologies on that. The 2 years he was at Tulane, he played for an American championship. Last year, he'll play for one this year. I don't know. In my head, I'm like, he wasn't there for 3 years, but then I thought he was. So when you look at this and you look at what John Summerall has done, he has a record of 19-7 and played for an American championship last year and now has the chance to do it again this year. So I think he's a step above Billy Napier. And he's a Southern. You look at what we get in John Summerall. I'll tell you from sitting with him and spending time with this guy, when you sit with John Summerall, he's a tall guy. He's a big-bodied, muscular guy. Not big like he's overweight. He is a big, muscular, like tall, D-end linebacker-looking type of guy. If he slaps you, like if he's joking with you and he grabs your shoulder or he slaps you, you're going to move back a little bit. And when I sat with John Summerall and I'm talking with him last year when he came in, the question was, can this team win after Willie Fritz? And he proved that they could. Comes back this year and we were sitting next to each other again and I'm hearing his Southern accent. And I'm looking at him and I'm looking at the success he had. I'm thinking about him and my head said to me, this coach will get poached by somebody in the South that's in this quote-unquote power conference scenario. So am I surprised that John Summerall is somewhere else? No. Now here's the thing, and here's the problem with Florida. If John Summerall does not make this team six, now let's look at this year coming up. Okay? We look at 2026. When we look at 2026 for the Florida Gators football schedule, if it doesn't work out, they're going to give him some time. They're going to say, okay, you got to get some more guys in. We get it. We understand it. We're going to give you some time to move around and do what you got to do. The SEC opponents for the Florida Gators this upcoming season are South Carolina, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, and Oklahoma at home. So you're going to play at least two teams that are in the college football playoff at home. On the road, Kentucky, Auburn, Missouri, Texas. Maybe a third team that's in the college football playoff. Neutral, you're going to play a team that's definitely going to be in the college football playoff in Georgia, and that game will be in Atlanta. In 2027, you'll have Kentucky, Arkansas, LSU, and Texas A&M. Texas A&M being as good as they've been this year. Away, you'll have South Carolina, Alabama, as good as they've been. You'll have Mississippi State. You'll have Tennessee. You'll have Georgia again on a neutral field, and that's going to be in Tampa. And then in 2028, you have South Carolina, Auburn, Missouri, Texas at home, Kentucky, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma on the road, and neutral back in Jacksonville at the stadium for the Jaguars against Georgia. The reason why we're not having that Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville for the next couple of years is due to the construction of the stadium. So, because then it's back there in 2029. So those are the 3 years we're looking at when we look at this. Beyond that, let's look at the football schedule for the Gators outside of their conference. In 2026, they'll play FAU, Campbell, and of course they'll play at Florida State. In 2027, they'll play South Alabama, Charleston Southern, Florida State. It will be in Gainesville. Then in 2028, they'll play Furman, Colorado, at Arizona State, and at Florida State. So they are playing a garbage non-conference schedule, and they're playing, obviously going to play tough within it. I can see John Summerall getting a pass in 2026. But in 2027 and in 2028, if his team doesn't have 9 or 10 wins, if they're not vying for a spot in the college football playoff, we're going to see what happens with every coach that's hired in the SEC, and that is the 3-year rule. What I'm concerned about is that the Gators are the highest profile of these American coaches going to the SEC. If Alex Golish at Auburn, if he gets this team to 8 wins or 9...
Can we trade?
So,
Auburn, you want to trade?
But if Alex Golish, who spent a lot of time in the SEC and came to South Florida from Tennessee, he came from the Josh Heupel tree. If Alex Golish were to win 7 to 9 games for the next 3 years at Auburn, he's not getting fired. When you look at Ryan Silverfield at Arkansas, I think he has a 3-year window, and some people might say, Dan, Arkansas isn't as good as this and that. The 3-year window. Remember, Chad Morris left SMU from the American for Arkansas, and he was given 3 years. Arkansas, whether you like it or not, and whether you believe it or not, they are in that 3-year window. Florida is definitely in that 3-year window. The only one of these 3 coaches going to the SEC that can get more than that time is where I think Golish might get 4 to 5 years. Your thoughts, Murph?
I think that's a fair point. I still think Golish was the best coach in the American. If there was any coach from the American that we were going to get, he was the guy I wanted. We've kind of had that conversation before, and he put up a good team this year. Obviously they're not going to be playing for a championship in this year, but they're a good team. And honestly, with him going from South Florida to Gainesville, I think would have been a match made in heaven. You already recruit the state of Florida.
Yeah.
Why not just keep recruiting the state of Florida? Now you got Summerall coming in from Tulane, and realistically, Tulane's in Louisiana. You don't recruit Louisiana to the University of Florida. You recruit Florida, Georgia, Alabama, some parts of Texas. That's who you recruit. So Summerall's background with Tulane in New Orleans, I don't even know where Troy is. Troy's in Alabama. All right, that one helps a little bit. But his background there doesn't help. Golish being a coach from Florida already, who beat you this year,
and
why was he not the guy?
Well, you got to think about it. Golish left the SEC to go to South Florida to become a head coach for the first time, and now is back in the SEC. We're the only coach that can say that they were in the SEC right before. That's what we're looking at, right? John Summerall was at Troy. And then when you look at the history of Ryan Silverfield and what he has done before he got himself over to Memphis and now is at Arkansas. When you go and look at Ryan Silverfield has only been a head coach at Memphis, and Ryan Silverfield, as he gets announced here at Arkansas, and you say, okay, well, like, what's the road look like for him, and what can we say about the history of Silverfield? When we go back and look at this here, and I'm taking a look at the announcement that they had that came through, he helped Toledo beforehand. So prior to Memphis, he split the 2015 season at Arizona State as a senior offensive analyst and with the NFL's Detroit Lions as an assistant offensive line coach. And before that, he was in Toledo. Now, Silverfield has the time in the NFL. 6 seasons with the Minnesota Vikings from 2008 to 2013. But we're looking at Silverfield that he does not have the SEC experience. John Summerall, with an SEC connection, does not have the most recent. Alex Golesh is the one that left the SEC, became a head coach, and is now coming back to the SEC. So he is the closest to the SEC matchup stuff, as well as the fact that being on staff with an SEC school, you're recruiting against SEC teams. So he, at Tennessee, might have been out there recruiting against Florida. And recruiting against Arkansas. So Alex Golesh, when you look at his track record, I would imagine that Auburn is most excited because of the fact that they're like, okay, we're bringing a guy that is very close to the SEC as far as time-wise, as far as recruiting, and in this short window where after spending 3 seasons at South Florida, where the Gators might be looking at John Summerall and the Razorbacks may be looking at Ryan Silverfield as 2 fish out of water, so to speak.
And that's a great point. I honestly forgot Golesh was at Tennessee. But to me, Alex Golesh was the prize of the American head coaches. I think Auburn's got to be thrilled with getting him. Summerall has talked about bringing in a really well-known and high-powered offensive coordinator. The guy he's looking at just got fired as the head coach of the New York Giants in Brian Daboll. I would love that. I think Brian Daboll knows how to run an offense. He did it with the Bills.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to keep DJ Lagway. That's what I'm the most concerned about. I'm worried he's going to go in the portal. He's going to go somewhere, that's pretty good, and he's going to ball out, and then we will have missed out. All because Billy Napier's a moron and didn't know how to coach him. So, I wouldn't blame – it wouldn't be Summerall's fault if we lose DJ Lagway, but, obviously you got to try to do everything you can to keep him because as poorly as he's played this year, there's a reason why people were talking about him as one of the most talented quarterbacks in college football.
Yeah.
There's a reason. Remember when Bo Nix was at Auburn? Remember how good everybody thought he was going to be? He was terrible. He transfers. He ends up at Oregon, and he's great.
No.
That's what I'm afraid of happening. I am very afraid of that happening to DJ Lagway. I don't want it to happen. Keep the guy. He's still incredibly talented. Look at what he just did against Florida State. He's shown signs. He's still got another year. Possibly 2. Use him and go win. I don't know anything about Tulane's quarterback. I don't know if he's, got another year or if he's going to come with Summerall or what. But ultimately, to me, and here's my other issue. Lincoln Riley wanted the job.
Yeah.
The quarterback whisperer, Lincoln Riley. They wouldn't even interview him. Scott Strickland, what are you doing? There's about half a dozen coaches or more that I would have wanted before John Summerall. And again, this is nothing against John Summerall personally. I'm sure he's a great guy, and I hope he does well at Florida because I want him to do well for my team. But he was nowhere close to the top of my list. Obviously, Kiffin was number one, but the fact that Lincoln Riley, the guy who developed Baker Mayfield, the guy who took Kyler Murray from being a top 10 pick in the MLB draft and got him to not even play baseball anymore and go number one in the NFL draft. Developed Caleb Williams into a number one pick. Could you imagine what he could have done with DJ Lagway?
Yeah.
The fact that you wouldn't, if you interviewed him and he bombed the interview and you wanted to go in a different direction, whatever. But it has come out, and as far as I'm aware, it is proven that Lincoln Riley was interested in the job and wanted the job. The fact that Lincoln Riley would have been my top choice, potentially even over Lane Kiffin, had we known that. But prior to like the last couple of days, you wouldn't have even thought of him as being a guy that would even be interested in the job, let alone wanting it enough to reach out and being turned down for an interview. Scott Strickland is he's on the hot seat with this hire. I'm going to tell you that right now. If Summerall does not work out, and look, I'm not saying I want John Summerall to turn this program around in a year and win 10 games next year. If you win 7 games next year, that's a big improvement. Yeah. I'll take that. Then you got to win 8 or 9 the next year. If you get worse in year 2 or you get worse in year 3, then we have a problem. You got to get better. You need to recruit. You need to coach well. You bring in Daboll to run the offense, that's great. But you've got to make sure that you're bringing in the right guys and that Daboll can work with them and make them good. Joe Brady, offensive coordinator for the Bills, developed Joe Burrow at LSU into being Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Has helped with Josh Allen's development. We talked about Kiffin. We talked about Lincoln Riley. We talked about Alex Golish. I could keep going. I really could. I talked about, is it Lee or Lay, the coach from Vanderbilt?
Clark Lee.
It's Elliot Clark Lee.
He came, he was the linebackers coach at Syracuse.
Was he really?
Under Scott Schaefer. If you look at Scott Schaefer's coaching tree, the fact that Syracuse fired him, gave him 3 years, totally disrespected him, totally threw him in the garbage, totally made him an afterthought, a footnote in their history. If you look at his coaching tree, DeAndre Smith, multiple NFL teams as a running backs coach. He's the running backs coach that helped bring Saquon Barkley back. Then you look at the success of making St. Anselm into a program in NCAA Division II football with Joe Adam, who was the O-line coach under Scott Schaefer. You look at Clark Lee, who's the head coach that brought Vanderbilt to a place that people thought they would never get to, and he was the linebackers coach under Scott Schaefer. Then you look at Tim Lester, who's the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach of a good Iowa team that's in the Big Ten. And the reason why you can talk about quality wins for Oregon and quality win for Indiana is beating a team like Iowa who's had such a good season. When you look at the coaching tree of Scott Schaefer, it is disgusting what Syracuse did to him. And now the coaches that were willing to go down with him, they didn't run. It was like, we're with coach. And if coach gets fired and we get fired, then so be it. And those coaches have gone on to be successful all over the country. Then you look at a guy like Bobby Acosta, who went down IMG Academy and had success down in the great state of Florida. So, and when you think of prep schools, you think of IMG in Bradenton, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
So you got Bobby Acosta, you got DeAndre Smith, you got Joe Adam, you got Tim Lester, you got Clark Lee. And by the way, After firing Scott Shaver, he became the defensive coordinator of Middle Tennessee State, came to the Dome, played Syracuse, and beat Syracuse at Syracuse, and got paid almost $1 million for the school of Middle Tennessee to do it. So let's just be real. Syracuse made a big mistake when they fired Scott Shafer. And if you think I'm wrong, then please refute everything that I just said, which includes Clark Lee, bringing Vanderbilt to a national prominence where they're going to be one of the first 2 or 3 teams out of the college football playoff, when some people were telling me within the last couple of years that the SEC should pay Vanderbilt to leave the conference, and now they're one of the top 15 teams in the country.
Exactly. That's why I wanted the guy. If you can do what you did at Vanderbilt, of all places, and turn them into an SEC contender, why couldn't he do it at Florida?
Right.
Seriously.
Right.
Well, granted, he probably would have taken people with him, which Vanderbilt wouldn't have liked very much. But that is why, to me, my top 2 before knowing about Lincoln Riley were Lane Kiffin and Clark Lee.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lincoln Riley would have been in my top 3. Probably, arguably could have been number 1.
Yeah.
I know USC hasn't been great the last 2 years without Caleb Williams. But the bottom line is that Lincoln Riley knows how to recruit, knows how to coach, and knows how to coach quarterbacks specifically. We have had an issue at Florida with the quarterback position big time since Kyle Trask. DJ Lagway has struggled this year. Anthony Richardson was decent. Not amazing. Obviously, he's been a failure in the NFL. It's tough to watch that, but you feel for him.
Yeah.
I forget who our running QB was. Emory Jones. That's right. Emory Jones was awful. So much so that he transferred and went to, actually, I think he might have honestly gone to Troy. I don't even remember. It was someplace random. And even before Kyle Trask, Felipe Franks was awful. The highlight of his career was the Hail Mary that beat Tennessee. Kyle Trask was a high school backup turned second-round pick in the NFL.
Yeah.
Would have gotten you to the playoff had a moron, sorry, you might have to bleep that, had a moron not thrown a shoe. Or if you hold off Texas A&M. That year still pisses me off. But it wasn't Kyle Trask's fault. You haven't had a good quarterback since. He was your best quarterback that you had since Tebow. That's a long time. And Kyle Trask he wasn't anything special. He was a very good quarterback who hasn't really had much of a chance in the NFL because of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Just signed with the Falcons, and I would love to see him get a shot there to bring back the Trask to Pitts connection. But you need to keep DJ Lagway. That had to be priority number 1 of whatever coach you hire.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that DJ Lagway knows that this program wants him, they still believe in him, and they still believe that they can develop him. Because he's got all the talent in the world. This kid is built like an NFL quarterback. We want him to succeed. How do you do that? You keep him there with the right coaching staff to fix him. He was not a 5-star recruit for nothing. He was not a Heisman frontrunner for the year at the beginning of the year for nothing.
Yeah.
He was one of the best. He was coming into the season. People thought he was going to be one of the best quarterbacks in college football. Talking about him possibly going in the top 5 of the draft next year. Now that's, out the window. But if you bring in somebody that can fix him, which is the reason why I didn't want Summerall to begin with. It's the reason why I wanted another offensive-minded head coach. whether it was Kiffin or Riley. I don't know if Clark Lee was offensive or defensive, but I just know what he did at Vanderbilt, and he's a guy that I would have loved to bring in. A Joe Brady,
He was a defense.
guys like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the process was like. I honestly think it was Lane Kiffin or bust. And they lose out on Lane Kiffin, so Golish is gone. They don't want Lincoln Riley. Clark Lee was already off the board. Now you're on your 5th or 6th choice.
Yeah.
I don't think Summerall was necessarily ready to leave Tulane. I don't think Florida wanted him in the first place. I think he was just their 4th or 5th place consolation prize. And again, I hope for the best. And I am rooting for his success. I want him to do well. Because I'm sick to death of going through coaches every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I deal with it enough with the Jets. I don't need to deal with it anymore with Florida.
Yeah.
So to me, I don't like the hire. Seems like a good person based on what you and I have talked about in the past. I hope he succeeds. I don't expect him to. I feel like we're going to be right back here in a couple of years, and I feel like if Lincoln Riley's available at that point, he's not even going to want to come here because you refuse to interview him, Scott. Scott Strickland, you are on the hot seat, my friend. If you do not get this one right, you are done. We've wanted you done for years. We wanted you done when you fired Dan Mullen. Yet you hired Billy Napier, who is supposed to be this offensive genius, and in reality, he turned your program into a laughingstock. Sure, you beat Texas. Sure, you had a couple of good wins at the end of last year. You beat Ole Miss. What's that have to do with anything? You won 4 or 5 games. You didn't even make a damn bowl game. Oh, well, we beat Florida State.
Yeah.
That's great. We all hate Florida State, but they suck too. If you beat the teams that suck, that's fine. You got to beat the good teams. You can't be a good team without beating the good teams. And it can't all just be at home. You got to be able to go on the road and beat somebody. You got to be able to go into Jacksonville and beat Georgia. Dan Mullen did it. We went to an SEC championship because of that.
Yeah.
And only lost by 6 points to what I would say between them and 2019 LSU was one of the top 2 greatest college football teams ever. You lost by 6 points in the SEC championship. If you only have 2 losses going into that playoff, there's no doubt in my mind they would have been in over Notre Dame. And they probably would have played Alabama again. Don't know if they would have beat them, but you lost to them by 6. That tells me that it could have been interesting.
Yeah.
Please let this hire be good, but I don't believe it will be. I've rambled on about this enough. I'll let you talk. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. I mean, I think, honestly, listen, I think I like John Summerall. My frustration with all of this is, again, that when you look at these coaches and you look at the American getting these opportunities, okay, where my frustration lies is the fact that I think John Summerall being at Tulane puts them in the American Championship potentially every year or almost every year. You recruit well, okay? Being in Tulane, being in New Orleans, Louisiana, being in the state of Louisiana, not far from Baton Rouge, and with the state of LSU, you can out-recruit and steal some kids to Tulane that don't go to LSU. So I think recruiting-wise, I think playing for a conference championship and having a road to the college football playoff, that was a great place for John Summerall to stay. Look at Houston, who's gotten better, but what's really Willie Fritz, being in the top 4 or 5, you're not playing for the Big 12 title game, and the Big 12, I don't think should get more than 1 team in. I would argue taking North Texas and Tulane over taking a BYU and a Utah. Not that I don't respect the schools, but is the Big 12 really that much better than the American? And then you look at Arkansas. I think Ryan Silverfield, I would have stayed. I'm at Memphis. It's taken me a minute. Now listen, Ryan Silverfield, Memphis gave him the time. Justin Fuente, successful. Mike Norvell was successful all 4 years there. He gave them their first American Conference title. Ryan Silverfield could have gotten fired within the last couple of years by Memphis, and he wasn't. So I think him going to Arkansas, knowing he's going to get 3 years, I think he might be the first one to go. So if I'm Ryan Silverfield, I wouldn't have made this move. Alex Golesh, I understand. Because even though you're not going to be there when the stadium's built fully and you're not going to be there when they play in the stadium, you can say that you're part of the reason why it happened. You could say you're part of the reason why the facilities are being upgraded, why the buildings are being upgraded, why all these things are happening in South Florida, because you overtook a program that was a 4-win program, a multiple losing season program, and you have gone to a bowl game in every single season and had a winning record in every single season. Alex Golesh has a like spit shine clean, put an extra coat of wax on it, almost perfect situation in South Florida, because he walks in there and says, since Skip Holtz was here, or not even Skip Holtz, since Willie Taggart's here, you haven't had any success. You haven't been consistent. He can say I'm more consistent than Willie Taggart. I've done a better job. He can say I've done the best job with South Florida in 20 years. He can say that if you go and you play UCF again, I'm the reason why this team, me and my staff and the coach and the players that we brought in, we're the reason why there would even be a rivalry again. I beat Florida. Alex Golesh is going to Auburn, going to a conference of a team that he already beat. He went into South Florida, took a team from death, put them back to life, gave them a heartbeat, gave them winning seasons, gave them 3 bowl seasons, gave them massive victories, gave them good wins out of conference, gave them 2 top 25 wins this year, one of them including Florida, the other Boise State, helps them have better facilities, helps them do construction, helps them have a stadium on campus, helps them grow their recruiting. There is nothing bad you can say about Alex Golesh at South Florida. So if I'm Auburn, I'm ecstatic. But if I'm Ryan Silverfield, I went from I almost got fired by Memphis to what am I going to do in Arkansas? Where John Summerall is going to a team that is still reeling over the fact that they fired Dan Mullen without cause, in my opinion. So if I'm Ryan...
In everybody's opinion.
If I'm Ryan Silverfield, do I think that Ryan Silverfield is going to out-recruit and outperform the rest of the SEC in Arkansas, or at least outperform Florida, or at least outperform Auburn? I don't necessarily know if this is more than a 3-year thing, and I don't know if Ryan Silverfield doesn't look back and say, man, I should have stayed at Memphis. And then in the case of John Summerall, I thought, hey, this is a coach who's going to go to a big-time Southern program, and that's where he is. But see, the thing with John Summerall is I don't think Florida's going to give him the time, because Florida doesn't give anybody the time to do this. I think they gave Billy Napier a longer leash than they gave Dan Mullen, which to me
way too much time.
That's a psychotic move, to give Billy Napier more time than you give to John Summerall. So I think if I have to choose, I think Alex Golesh is going to be the guy that we're talking 4 or 5 years in, and does he get an extension at Auburn? What does he do in the Alabama game? Does he beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl one of these years and get an extension? And now we're talking about him making, $10 million a year, and he's set through 2036 or whatever that may be. I'm concerned with this is not me wishing bad on anybody. This is me speaking to you. And by the way, I cover all these teams. I've sat with these coaches, talked with these coaches. I have spent time with Golesh was just on the show. So I'm concerned with Ryan Silverfield. I'm concerned with John Summerall. I think Ryan Silverfield gets 3. And then I think he's looking for a job. And then it's going to be like, is a school in the American or the Sun Belt going to hire him? And when I look at John Summerall, I like the John Summerall move more than I like the Ryan Silverfield move, because I think that John Summerall could have more success. My only issue with this is, can he truly, with the schedule they have, can he get the Gators to the college football playoff? Can he get the Gators to a championship game in the SEC? I think John Summerall in Tulane, he could be going to the college football playoff, or have an argument to go to the college football playoff for the next 3, 4, 5. Like, he had a case this year. He could have a case moving forward. I think he had a path. I don't think he has a path now. So my concern with the Summerall move is, I don't think the Gators fan base is going to give him the time. I think in the case of Arkansas, they're used to changing their pants every 3 years. And then, you know, the one we didn't talk about is Oklahoma State with Eric Morris. So let's get into that one quick. What are your thoughts on Eric Morris at Oklahoma State? He brought North Texas out of the basement. He came with North Texas to the American. He was not a coach at North Texas before they were a team in the American. The whole time they've been in the American, he's been with them. He brought them from 5-7 to 6-6 to 11-1. I mean, Oklahoma State fell off the map and literally had the opposite season of North Texas. So he's coming from a place where he's only made them better, he's only grown their name, and he's put them in the national spotlight. He was a coach that was probably not even thought about, forgotten. People probably didn't even know who the coach was at North Texas. He went from a program left for dead in a conference. He went to the American, did nothing in the American. Like, North Texas was not the team that people were looking to in the American. They were looking at UTSA came with North Texas from Conference USA to the American, and they were picked by the majority of the media automatically to be the winner of the American in their first season in the American. Okay, that's over the teams that's over the teams that were doing it and having success there. North Texas was not thought of highly. He brought them from a losing record to middle of the road to almost undefeated to playing for a championship, and if they win it, going to the college football playoff. And now he's going to an Oklahoma State team that's just fallen off the face of the earth. What are your thoughts on the Eric Morris move?
I think it's a better hire than John Summerall. I do. I would have taken him over John Summerall in a heartbeat. I think it makes more sense for Oklahoma State, him being from the area and him coaching in the area. You're going to get a lot more, recruits to Oklahoma State is more than you will to North Texas. Kind of the same thing we were talking about with the rest of these guys. But ultimately, I think he's going to end up being the second best hire of these four. Personally, I think the Alex Golesh to Auburn is a great move for them, and he's probably gonna. I could genuinely see him turning that program around, more so than any of the other guys. But I think with him at Oklahoma State, it makes sense. Geographically, it makes sense. What he's been able to do in the American makes sense. I think it's a program that is going to be left in a much better place than it was when he got there.
Yeah.
Potentially about to go to the college football playoff. It's either going to be him or Summerall that goes to the playoff. I guess we'll see. But I like that hire for them. I would have taken him at Florida over Summerall as well. Summerall would have been third on this list for me, of these four guys. And, I think ultimately it's going to come down to the AD.
Yeah.
I'm in Florida, Florida fan chats and Facebook groups and stuff. And I'm seeing people going off, not on the coach. We're not going off on Summerall. We're going off on the athletic director. He's the one that is going to probably be out if Summerall doesn't work out.
Yeah.
That would be two in a row. after unjustly firing Billy Napier. Yes, he got the Napier. After unjustly firing Dan Mullen, he got that hire right, but he screwed up the end of that one. If he messes up with Alex Gold, I wish it was Alex Golesh. If he messes up with John Summerall, he's done. Also, by the way, James Madison's head coach is on his way to UCLA.
So it's funny that you're saying that. I'm literally, the fact that you just said that, I'm literally typing.
Just popped up on my phone.
I'm typing up a story right now.
Yeah.
I'm literally typing a story while we're talking about what could have been. I don't know if you know this, Murph, but Bob Chesney was almost the head coach of Syracuse.
Yeah. He was a finalist for the job last year, wasn't he?
It was so close that I had an article prepared. So I'm going to read you what I'm writing right now because I'm going to share this on our social media. Taking a look back to the offseason before the 2024-25 campaign for the Syracuse Orange brings about an interesting question when it comes to the football program. Bob Chesney, the then head coach of the Holy Cross Crusaders in NCAA Division I AA Football Championship Subdivision or FCS, was up for the Syracuse head coaching job. Chesney interviewed for the position and ultimately was not chosen. But that did not take Chesney off of the NCAA Division IA Football Bowl Subdivision or FBS radar. James Madison University, JMU, ended up hiring Chesney, and a year later he is coaching the Dukes in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game. The Dukes are also ranked in the nation's top 25. If JMU wins the Sun Belt title game, they could find themselves in their first ever college football playoff as an automatic bid, which goes to the 5 highest ranked conference champions. On top of that, Chesney's name allegedly has surfaced for a head coaching position in the quote-unquote power conference world. Syracuse, on the other hand, has ended the 2025 season at 3-9 and is the 17th team out of 17 in the Atlantic Coast Conference. What could have been?
Yeah, that's true, and good for him. He's gonna parlay a great year with James Madison into a coaching job at UCLA, and UCLA is a program that needs some rejuvenation. And he's done well at the Division II and Division III levels in the past to make him to make you think that he could potentially do well at UCLA. California's got a lot of talent, and being in LA, there's a lot of guys that you can recruit that will want to be in the big city.
Yeah.
It's a good place to play. I think they're moving. Were they the ones that played at the Rose Bowl, right? They played at the Rose Bowl?
Which one?
UCLA. They played their home games at the Rose Bowl, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I think they're leaving. I think they're going to SoFi now. I'm not 100% sure.
Students react to UCLA's possible move to SoFi Stadium.
Okay, so it's not confirmed.
So I'm looking at this right now. This was updated this was updated this morning. Yeah, so the Rose Bowl after UCLA's win over Iowa last year. So I'm just looking at all this. So yeah, this was updated this morning. So lagging attendance has left UCLA struggling to fill the Rose Bowl, which seats around 90,000 and is about 26 miles from campus. UCLA's season-high attendance sits at 44,481 from its November 8th game against Nebraska, so they're filling less than half of the stadium.
Yeah, so SoFi would make sense. Just it makes more sense geographically. It's closer to campus. It makes more sense logistically. Nicer facility for the players. Doesn't seat as many people, so you won't have as many empty seats.
Yeah,
I think that's a decent hire for them. I think that's a good place for him to go, and I think he could turn that program around. UCLA has been hurting for somebody to come in and change the culture, and hopefully he can do that. But as far as all the other hires go, and what I can't get over the Lincoln Riley thing, man. I saw that last night, and I flipped out in my head. I can't get over that one. How do you have one of the best coaches in college football come to you that wants to interview for your job and you turn him away?
Yeah.
How also, I mean, and I would love to know who he interviewed. I would love to find out if Alex Golesh interviewed there and, maybe he didn't like them or they didn't like him, whatever the case may be. I would have interviewed Coach O. I would have interviewed a lot of guys. I would have loved Coach O coming in and saying, "Go Gators." But you settle on Summerall, who I think was probably your 6th or 7th choice. He wasn't your first choice. He wasn't your 5th choice. If he was, then Strickland's even more of a moron than I thought he was. Because that would be foolish if he was your first choice. So, I'm sure we'll talk more about that in the coming weeks and coming months. But, obviously I'll be rooting for Tulane on Saturday because I'd love to see my head coach come in after winning a conference championship and going to the college football playoff. Hell, maybe he even wins a game. Probably not, but who knows?
Yeah. We'll have to see as we step forward here. Murph, any quick notes on the NFL before we hop out of this thing?
Well, the Jets won. I mean, that's always
Jets and the
fun.
Jaguars won. Jaguars right now are going to get a home game. They're one of the top 4 teams in the AFC. They have now taken first place in the AFC South.
Go, everybody playing the Colts.
Because of sauce?
Whoever's playing the Colts, go beat them.
Because of the sauce.
He just got hurt.
That's sad.
Sauce hurt his I think he's like his calf or something like that.
Yeah.
That he injured. But I really hope that the Colts keep losing. That would be awfully fun. But Thanksgiving games were awesome. Cowboys over the Chiefs. What's going on with the Chiefs, man? Played in 3 straight Super Bowls now. I don't know what the heck's going to happen to them. Bengals beat up on the Ravens. Joe Burrow looks like he hasn't missed a step, and Lamar Jackson looks like he's turned back into a pumpkin. Took him a few years to do it, but he has. Packers look good too. It was an interesting week. Aaron Rodgers played hurt again, broke his wrist, then went out on a big hit and then came back in the game again. So big kudos to him, but there's not. Honestly, the NFL's kind of taking a back seat to me with regard to like what we always talk about, because college football is just, it's a better story.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. There's so many things that's going on here. I mean, we easily talked about college football this morning into this afternoon just to paint that picture. And I just put up the article about Bob Chesney, so you can go and check it out on wakeupcalldt.com. So make sure that you do that. And by the way, there's a game that's going to be played in Brazil. First college football game in the FBS ever played in South America. It'll be between Virginia and NC State, and it will be a conference game. I just got the confirmation from the Atlantic Coast Conference that will be a conference game. It's not a non-conference game. It's going to be played in late August, but it will count as a conference matchup. So, Murph, as always, I thank you for everything. Appreciate you for being here on the show, and I'll look forward to talking with you soon.
Yes, sir.
That coming from the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Murph with us this morning into this afternoon. Folks, we had a ton of show here for you today, and I thank you for being a part of it and being with us. We're going to take our final step aside, and we'll wrap things up right after this from the Great Lakes Honda City Studios.
Hi, this is Amy from Mother's Cupboard, home of the whole frittata. We are open daily 6 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. For takeout orders, call 315-432-09
Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory remind us that every day is worth celebrating at 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York. Open Monday through Saturday in-store and always online at maandpaspopcorn.com. Serving our Central New York community and beyond, order anywhere, anytime at maandpaspopcorn.com. Stop in to get a tin at Ma and Pa's on 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York to get your half-price refills for the rest of your life. Come to Ma and Pa's for your holiday gift giving for family, friends, employees, and clients. And remember, for fundraising and events, to call 315-450-6272. That's 315-450-6272. Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory. How corny are you?
This is Jim Sikowski, owner-operator of Chick-fil-A Cicero, 7916 Brewerton Road in Cicero, right in front of the Home Depot. I had a deep feeling that God wanted me to do something bigger with my life and to help people, help others. I kept putting Chick-fil-A in my life, and I realized as I was going through the franchise selection process that positively impacting the lives of others was really core to what we do here at Chick-fil-A. First of all, it starts with the food. The food is brought in fresh daily, and we bring in local produce. We prepare to order in the kitchen. We hand bread our chicken. We hand spin our milkshakes. It's great food. It doesn't taste like fast food. I think the second thing is the way people feel when they come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. It's different. We try to treat people with intentional kindness here, which is very different and deeper than good customer service. And so I think it feels remarkable for most people to come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. And then lastly, the impact that we try to have in the community is very different. It's a big part of the expectation of every operator of a Chick-fil-A restaurant is that they're actively engaged in their community, they're a leader in the community, and they're making a difference. When they realize that what we're striving to do is to shine a little light in their life, that's a very, very different experience than you will have at any other quick service restaurant. And it's that remarkable experience that I think people will emotionally connect with.
Great cars, great people, Great Lakes. In these unique times, there are those in our community that give us a sense of normalcy and positivity. Pizza Man on 50 Oswego Street in Baldwinsville has been here for you for over 35 years and is here now. Call 315-638-1234 or order online at pizzamanbville.com to bring those familiar tastes into your home. And remember to come see our monthly on-site broadcasts centered around the community and our Baldwinsville Bees. Pizza Man in Baldwinsville. Any way you slice it, they are always here for you. Looking for your next ride? Look no further than Great Lakes Honda City, located on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Serving our community for decades, their new and pre-owned vast array of vehicles are available to you Monday through Saturday on site. To search from home, shop at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Call 315-365-5576 to set up an appointment. That's 315-365-5576 for Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Great cars, great people, Great Lakes. Avicoli's Restaurant, located on 7839 Oswego Road in Liverpool, New York, has been serving our community for decades. Your place to go for home cooking on the corner of Route 57 and Wetzel Road is just minutes from Liverpool High School. And every single month, Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora is on site, on location, with Liverpool sports, student athletes, coaches, and administration telling their stories throughout the year. We look forward to seeing you on site at Avicoli's for their casual pizza side poolside, their fine dining, as well as their bar. And of course, you can order online at myavicollis.com. That's myavicollis.com. For takeout, delivery, and catering, call 315-622-5100. That's 315-622-5100. Come on in to the neighborhood spot Avicollis, open 7 days a week in Liverpool, New York. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is your home away from home for your furry-loving friends. Open 7 days a week with drop-off and pickup times in the morning and later on in the day and early evening. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is the spot to trust with your dog for short and long-term stays. Call 315-299-4013 for more information. That's 315-299-4013, and go to k9campground.com as well. That's K9, KAMP, ground.com, where you will find all of the information on their different cabins, which include the classic cabin, executive cabin, grand cabin, and luxury cabin. K9 Campground Dog Boarding, where your dog will have indoor and outdoor areas as well as their own private cabin for any size, any breed, as well as dogs with different needs. Dog parents and dogs alike choose K9 Campground Dog Boarding. Isn't that right, Lily? Looking for your next ride? Look no further than Great Lakes Honda City, located on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Serving our community for decades, their new and pre-owned vast array of vehicles are available to you Monday through Saturday on site. To search from home, shop at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Call 315-365-5576 to set up an appointment. That's 315-365-5576 for Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Great cars, great people, Great Lakes.
Carvel DeWitt, it's what happy tastes like. Do you know why? Because we make ice cream. Creamy, rich, flavorful ice cream. Not yogurt or iced milk like some of our competitors. Ice cream. Fresh, by hand, daily. For the calorie conscious, we have something new for you. Our new Carvelite. Same great flavor, creaminess, and texture of our regular ice cream with only 35 calories an ounce. So whether you want an ice cream cake, flying saucer, dasher, carvalanche, hard or soft ice cream, we will satisfy your craving with our fresh, handmade regular or new Carvelite ice cream. Carvel DeWitt. It's what happy tastes like.
The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is located on 3680 Milton Avenue in the Home Depot Plaza. It is your family-friendly sports bar and restaurant. Folks, some sports bars aren't family-friendly. Some family-friendly restaurants are not sports bars. The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is proud to be both. It is that marriage that you've been looking for years. The Wildcat Sports Pub is your home base for your sports bar and restaurant needs, games for the kids, indoor and outdoor activities, and enough things on the menu to come back every single week and get to try something new. They're open Sundays from noon to 8 p.m., Monday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Thursday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to midnight. For reservations and party information, call 315-487-2222 for the Wildcat family-friendly sports pub and restaurant.
GG Cards and Breaks. Like, comment, subscribe.
GG Cards and Breaks comes to you on 639 Delmar Place in Syracuse, New York. They are open Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 6 and on Sundays from 10 to 5. Make your way out to GG Cards and Breaks and be a big kid. That's the beauty of it. When you go out to GG Cards and Breaks, you feel that, you know, that kid spirit gets to be alive within you. You get to enjoy it. You get to just feel the essence of what it was like to go into a sports card shop when you were little. And if you've never been there before, then, you know, I would say to you, like, if you've never been to a sports card shop before, well, then this is the perfect way to Open up your world to sports and trading cards to go to GG Cards and Breaks, because they get you closer to the teams you love, to the players that you love. They put in that extra work. They have every MLB, every NFL, every NBA team. You know how hard that is to go through all their cards, all their inventory, and make boxes for each of those franchises. That means they have 92 franchises on their back wall. Plus, they got a bunch of new display cases. They're displaying a ton of different cards now. They have potential 101s that you can get, as well as having autograph cards, RPA, which stands for Rookie Patch Auto. And beyond that, they have Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, graded Pokemon cards, hard to find Pokemon cards, rare Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic the Gathering, One Piece. There are so many amazing things at GG Cards and Breaks, and it's led by the best, Josh and Anthony, and the entire team at GG Cards and Breaks. Because they're big kids, that's why that big kid spirit is always alive, always there. They're happy for you when you open a pack or a box, and you share that with them, whether you open it on site or you open it when you get back at home or wherever you are. When you send it to them and say, look what I got from your store, they celebrate you. They celebrate the community. They want to see everybody win. And that's what I love about GG Cards and Breaks. There's so many reasons to go in. The fact that I can be a big kid is my favorite one. And the fact that I met so many amazing people there means a lot to me. Head to 639 Delmar Place in Syracuse, New York, right off of Teal Ave for GG Cards and Breaks. Open Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 6 and on Sundays from 10 to 5. Big time thanks to Chick-fil-A DeWitt. The newest Chick-fil-A in Central New York is on the corner of Bridge Street and Erie Boulevard. You can't miss it. They created a light for Chick-fil-A because they know how busy they're going to be. And they have a double drive-through, a giant brick building. You can order on the app, you can order inside, you can order in the drive-thru, and you can get in touch with them for catering. Find out more by going to wakeupcalldt.com's homepage and clicking on the Chick-fil-A Bridge Street and Erie Boulevard logo. I tried to say Chick-fil-A and logo at the same time. Chick-fil-A DeWitt, led by Megan Sorber and her team, has all of your favorites at Chick-fil-A, including your seasonal favorites and my fave, the Peppermint Chip Shake. Head to Chick-fil-A on Bridge Street and Erie Boulevard in DeWitt today and let them know that DT sent you. With that being said, here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios, thanks for being with us up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe on YouTube.com and Facebook.com, both /WakeUpCallDT, and on WakeUpCallDT.podbean.com. Of course, after we go live, you could find us in the archives by going to Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, iTunes and Apple Podcasts, Player FM, Podbean, Podchaser.com, Podvine, Spotify, TuneIn, and YouTube. All you have to do is search Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, or one word, Wake Up Call DT. Make sure you subscribe, download, and like so you could stay connected with us at all times. We appreciate everyone that has. And of course, many thanks to our wonderful team of partners, Great Lakes Honda City, Carvel DeWitt, the Wildcat Sports Pub, GG Cards and Breaks, Myers Creek with 2 locations on 33 Rippleton Road in the country in Cazenovia, New York, and of course in the Syracuse Inner Harbor right outside the city on 720 Van Rensselaer Street in Syracuse, New York. And of course, you can also make your way over to Chick-fil-A Cicero, Ma and Pa's, the snack capital of the world, Canine Camp Dog Daycare, Mother's Cupboard, the home of my breakfast sandwich exclusively, the Q-Smack Mother, Pizza Man, Chick-fil-A in DeWitt, Canine Campground Dog Boarding, Brian's Landing, Game Point Sports Complex, Avocoles, and of course we are the exclusive multimedia marketing partner of yours. Brian and Stratton College Bobcats of Syracuse. Find the Bobcats every month in the Bobcat Buzz with student athletes, coaches, administration, and alumni joining the show here where sports meets life. You can find it all by going to youtube.com/wakeupcalldt. Click subscribe, hit the notification bell, and find our BSC Syracuse playlist. You can also find the Bobcats by going to wakeupcalldt.com's homepage and underneath the exclusive partners tab. For more information, go to syracuse.bscbobcats.com and go Bobcats. Binghamton University Bearcats are exclusive multimedia marketing partners with Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. You'll find them every Tuesday during Bearcat time, Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Eastern Time with Binghamton University student athletes, coaches, administration, and alumni. Go to youtube.com/wakeupcalldt, click subscribe, hit the notification bell, and find our Binghamton playlist. You'll also find the Bearcats on wakeupcalldt.com's homepage and underneath the exclusive partners tab. For more information, go to binghamtonbearcats.com and go Bearcats. The Onondaga Community College Lasers are exclusive multimedia marketing partners with Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. Find your lasers every other Wednesday, so bi-monthly on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora every other Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. The next time that they'll be up here on the show, you'll find them on the week of December 8th that week, so you'll have the Lasers, and of course we've under-promised and over-delivered, as the Lasers have been here more than just every other Wednesday early on here in our partnership together in just the first few months. You can find all of our content by going to youtube.com/wakeupcalldt, click subscribe, hit the notification bell, and find our OCC playlist. The Lasers are also on wakeupcalldt.com's homepage and underneath the exclusive partners tab. For more information, go to onondagalazers.com and go Lasers. I want to thank you all for tuning in today up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe. We started with you a little bit later today, a little bit after 9, and we spent 4 hours with you today on college football for the majority of it. So we're going to break this show up. I'm going to put it out in parts, and it's going to be on all of those channels so you can listen to the podcast archive on Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, iTunes, and Apple Podcasts, Player FM, Podbean, Podchaser.com, Podvine, Spotify, TuneIn. All you got to do is search Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, or one word, Wake Up Call DT. The entire 4-hour broadcast will be on YouTube. And I want to thank Brendan Murphy. Want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving once again and a happy holiday season. Be safe. Stay well. I'll talk with you soon. And as always, from the Great Lakes Honda City Studios, God bless. No stress. Do your best.